Please note, in order to comply with YouTube policy, this free version of the audiobook has certain scenes redacted. If you would like to read the full text, please get the ebook or print version of the story. Chapter 1. Courtney. My life now was pretty great. I had found a wonderful best friend named Abby. I lived in a gorgeous lakefront cottage in Harbor Shores, Michigan. I managed a lovely waterside restaurant that had quickly become the place to be and be seen. Best of all, I had an amazing dreamboat of a man who seemed to enjoy spending time with me. I'm not sure how I managed to get my life so in order, but I was grateful that things worked out the way they had. Somehow, the broken little girl from the wrong side of the tracks had turned her life around to be rather awesome. Sure, I'd been forced to do some things that I wasn't proud of along the way in order to survive, but I had made it out. Living on the mean streets as a teenager is not something I would wish on my worst enemy. Okay, maybe the mouth-breathing oaf, but no one else. Thankfully, that part of my existence seems a million light years from where I am now, almost like it happened to someone else. I am determined not to allow the demons of my past to ruin the life I have built here. This is how life is supposed to be. This is normal. People who had happy childhoods live the way I am living now. My friends here all had these standard upbringings, rather than the filthy squalor that I lived in and subsequently escaped. Sometimes I feel like an imposter because of these facts, but I do my best to tamp these inferior feelings down. I steadfastly refuse to let my past define me. I'm convinced that if I keep telling myself that, eventually I will start to believe it. With impeccable timing, Tabitha, my slightly plump yellow tabby cat, jumped up to rub the top of her head along my upper arm. I scratched her chin, making her purr loudly. "We're two of a kind, aren't we, Tab?" I murmured aloud, smiling at the cat. She had been near death from starvation when I found her in the alley during my homeless days. I had nursed her back to health, sharing what little food I had, even when my belly was rumbling with hunger. Taking care of her and watching her recover had been the bright points of my days on the streets, which were otherwise filled with danger and filthy unpleasantness. The cat arose from a broken past as well. She was incredibly loyal to me, and just like me, never seemed to forget where we started or how far we had come. Whenever I fed her, she scarfed her kibble down quickly, like she wasn't certain when we would be eating again. It was more than a little heart-wrenching to watch. Tab was also incredibly wary of strangers, with strangers being anyone who isn't me. She still didn't trust Abby, even though Abby had taken us in and shared her safe and lovely home with us. We had lived together for years, but Tab still purposely and actively avoided Abby. It gave Ab a bit of a complex. It wasn't just Abby, though. Tab didn't like anyone other than me. Scratch that, anyone other than me and Seth. For some inexplicable reason, she had snuggled right up to Seth from the first time she saw him. I guess he's just irresistible to all females, even the feline variety. I'd roll my eyes if it weren't absolutely true. As much as I have actively tried to keep myself from falling for Seth, it has proven to be nearly impossible. For starters, he is totally hot. We are talking tall, dark, and handsome times 10,000. It's not just his looks, though. He's also thoughtful and kind and funny, and oddly dorky in a sweet and lovable way. He is like a big, soft, warm teddy bear that I want to grab a hold of and never let go, I decided. Okay, maybe a teddy bear wasn't a good metaphor because he's also redacted, and I don't like stuffed animals in that way. Speaking of his superb snuggliness, we have had some hot and heavy makeout sessions of the redacted variety, but for some reason, my redacted. This idea to hold off on the redacted festivities was not my idea, and I do not agree with the decision at all. After all, we have established that Seth is just about perfect in every way, and he is supremely irresistible. Why would I not want to redacted? My thoughts had taken a rather crass turn. Imagining what Abby's reaction would be if I were to say that last part to her made me laugh out loud. Even with as much redacted as she has been getting since marrying Seth's identical twin Sam, she is still shocked whenever I openly talk about anything redacted. The limited knowledge she had of the traumas of my teen years gave her serious concerns about my ability to have a healthy and happy relationship with a man. I have never shared with her the shocking details of the abuse I endured in my childhood home, but she knows it was bad enough that I felt safer trying to make it on my own, homeless and alone. After doing what I had to in order to survive on the streets, I hadn't thought there was anyone alive in worse shape than me, until I saw Abby. I found her on a park bench. She was just sitting there staring off into space. She was clean and dressed appropriately for a non-homeless person, but she looked so dejected and alone that something inside me felt the need to comfort her. When I joined her on the bench, I wasn't sure if she even knew anyone else was there. I didn't know what to say, and I was concerned that my unkempt appearance and likely pungent odor would frighten her. We were silent for so long that I almost left, thinking there was nothing I could do to help anyway. Suddenly she said, "Over the last few months, I've lost the 3 most important people in my life." She looked pathetic, almost broken. I nodded at her, uncertain of what to say. Turns out, I didn't have to say anything. She told me all about the sudden deaths of her parents in a car crash, and the breakup of her marriage. Pig. I said the single word after she finished telling me about walking in on her husband getting a redacted from their real estate agent, which was the catalyst for their divorce. It's not all his fault. I couldn't believe she was actually going to defend this jerk's appalling behavior. I wasn't able to conceive a child. In fact, my body's so messed up that I can't even have redacted. The last word was drawn out as she finally dissolved into tears. I had no idea what to say. This woman had just spilled her heart out to me, and I couldn't think of one comforting platitude to share with her. Falling back on a pitiful attempt at humor, I finally said, "Wow, and I thought I was a hot mess. Your life is so messed up that this homeless street rat is feeling sorry for you." I gestured at myself. She looked at me then, for the first time. If she was shocked by my filthy appearance, she hid it well. I figured she was going to tell me to get lost, but instead she laughed. She laughed hysterically, like it was the funniest thing she had ever heard. When her laughter subsided, she turned serious. "It seems that I'm all out of people who love me. Will you be my people?" It was a childish question, and she looked so vulnerable when she asked it, as if her whole world depended on my response. I was touched beyond reason. No one had ever made me feel so important in my entire life, and I fervently didn't want to mess this up. "It must be your lucky day," I informed her, "because I just happen to be a people. I'll have to check my schedule, but I think I should be able to fill in whenever you need me." It was the most I had reached out to anyone since the time I had attempted to tell my school counselor, Mrs. Renault, that I didn't feel safe at home. My mother had assured her that she would take care of it, and that had been the end of that. Apparently, take care of it meant ignore it completely in my mother's universe. She and Mrs. Renault had totally let me down. That is when I learned that I needed to take care of myself, because I was the only one who would. To my utter surprise, Abby hugged me then. It was a real hug, too. Her firm embrace felt like she was holding on for her life. No one had ever hugged me like that, and it felt glorious. I clutched onto her, not wanting to ever let go. "Will you come live with me?" She framed the question like I would be doing her a favor. I didn't want her charity, but when I tried to decline, she became insistent. She said her gut was telling her that this was the right thing to do. My gut was starting to do flip-flops in excitement over the too-good-to-be-true prospect of having an actual roof over my head, but I didn't want to seem too anxious. "Where I go, the cat goes," I informed Abby, gesturing at Tabitha, who was sunning herself nearby. "Oh, I've always wanted a kitty." Abby reached out to Tab in an attempt to pet her. Tab jumped up, arched her back, and hissed vehemently. Abby jerked her hand back, straightened, and said a little shakily, "Oh my? Well, okay then. That's not great, but we'll figure it out." It's been several years since that fateful day, and we still haven't figured it out. Ab is my best friend in the entire world. I can't imagine how different my life would be if I hadn't joined her on that bench that day, and I don't want to think about it. She completely turned my life around, and Tabby's. I'm eternally grateful to Abigail Brown. Tabitha, however, is not. "Your cat is glaring at me," Abby accused as she walked into the kitchen of the home we used to share, that she now rented to me at a ridiculously low rate. "She's not glaring." I attempted to diffuse the situation. "That's just the way she looks at people." "She never looks at him that way," Abby thumbed Seth. "She looks at him like he walks on water."
"Smart cat."
Seth grinned.
"It's because she's a female,"
he bragged.
The ladies can't resist my charm.
Sam had just walked in from the living room and caught the tail end of Seth's comments.
So, you and Shorty here finally redacted?
He ruffled my hair when he used the nickname that he knew I didn't like. Stop calling me that, I snapped at him, likely more annoyed about the negative answer to his question than the moniker. And no, we haven't redacted, not that it's any of your business. I stuck my tongue out at him. Do you really have to be so blunt? Abby asked Sam, but I could tell by the adoring look she was giving him that she wasn't truly annoyed with him.
He's a blunt jerk,
Seth said of his twin. Even though his words were harsh, he wasn't mad at Sam either. The brothers often bantered this way, with no malice intended. In fact, Sam didn't even respond to Seth. Instead, he honed in on Abby.
I'm your blunt jerk though.
He lifted her onto the counter and kissed her hungrily. You guys are an old married couple now, I reminded them. Shouldn't the non-stop redacted be coming to an end?
We have a sitter for the entire night,
Sam said to Abby.
Annie is probably rocking our sweet baby to sleep right now.
The thought made both of them smile.
The way I see it,
He continued.
we can either go in there and finish watching the boring movie these two picked out,
Sam gestured at Seth and me.
or
He dragged out the word, making it obvious which option he preferred.
we could go home and spend the rest of the night redacted with all of the naughty things both of them wish they were doing, yet they continue to refuse to actually do for some inexplicable reason.
He shrugged his shoulders in our direction, as if we were bewildering. Abby tapped her lip with her pointer finger and pretended to think about it, but we all knew what her answer would be. The two of them were insatiable for each other. Finally, she feigned a gigantic and obviously fake yawn. I'm really tired, she announced to the room. We should probably go home and rest up, while we have the chance. Even though her words were innocent enough, she had a naughty gleam in her eyes. Sam didn't waste any time as he grabbed her hand, and they ran out the front door, both of them obviously giddy with anticipation. Bye. See you tomorrow, I yelled out to the already empty entry.
Those two,
Seth shook his head. Ridiculous, I agreed, smiling. The one nice thing about Sam having blatantly called us out on the unofficial, but still very real, no redacted rule, is that it made it slightly easier to bring up the awkward topic with Seth. He was the one who always put the brakes on when things started to get steamy between us, and I wasn't at all certain why. I knew it wasn't a lack of ability to redact it on his part, because I had felt his redacted into me whenever our frequent makeout sessions began to escalate into light petting, or on the rare occasions when he failed to stop us before we moved into serious redacted. Several times when we had both been redacted, he had been redacted, right before he had pulled back, indicating he didn't want things to go too far. He regularly left us both aching for more, and I just didn't get it. It was beyond frustrating, and more than a little insulting. The first time it had happened was the night Abby and Sam's baby Anna was born. He had taken my hand in his at the hospital after I discovered Ab's shiny new engagement ring. When we touched, it was like I was truly seeing him for the first time. I had been so worried about Joe, my boss at the restaurant, and his newly found son that I hadn't even noticed what a wonderful and amazing guy Seth was, even though he'd been right under my nose for months. We hightailed it out of the hospital and went straight to the home that Abby and I shared, where Seth had made himself quite comfortable during Ab's pregnancy. When he led me up the stairs to the door of my room, I had assumed we would fool around. Instead, we had kissed and talked and laughed and held each other all night long. It was wonderfully sweet, and unlike anything I had ever experienced with a man before. I knew what men wanted. They might hide it for a while and pretend to be interested in other things, but they all had the same end game. Men wanted redacted. It didn't surprise me. I had seen the dark and dangerous side of both the male species and the act itself, but I refused to let that define me. I had determined a long time ago that if I never learned to enjoy redacted, that the big oaf would have taken one more thing from me, and I refused to allow that. It had taken a long time to come to terms with my body, and to let it enjoy what so many take for granted as a natural part of life. In trying to come to terms with my redacted, I had taken things a bit too far. As long as I maintained tight control of the situation and the redacted complied with my specific rules, I had been willing to redacted with any random guy that I dated. I'm not proud of my promiscuity, but it allowed me to begin healing from my childhood traumas. The more memories I created since those dreadful encounters with my stepfather, the further away they felt. Over the years, I had learned what men like and what they want. I knew that Seth desired me. I just didn't understand why he wouldn't act on it. He was a man. I was supposed to know how men operate, but this particular one was exasperating. He just didn't make sense. I knew that he had been hurt by Abby. Although my guess was that his ego was crushed, more than anything else, by her choice of Sam over him. I don't doubt that he had real feelings for Ab. How could he not? She's amazing. The ease with which he watches the two of them together, though, leads me to believe that he hadn't been desperately in love with her. The fact that Seth had slept with Ab irks me more than I care to admit. He redacted her on their very first date, and she had only ever redacted with her ex-husband. I'm ready, willing, and able to rock his world, but for some reason he has deemed me untouchable. I just don't get it. Seth and Abby are amazingly comfortable around each other, considering their history and the unbelievable awkwardness that should exist around Ab's short-lived but complicated love triangle with the twins. Their open, friendly relationship was positive proof that he hadn't been madly in love with her. If he had been, it would torture him to see her so giddily happy with Sam. After ruling out the idea of Seth still pining away for Abby, the original question remained. Why doesn't Seth want to be with me? I decided that directness was usually the best method. So, while Seth was pushing the buttons to start popping our bag of microwave popcorn, I asked the question aloud. Why don't you want to redacted with me? He froze with his finger poised on the start button. His back was to me, but I could tell he was measuring his words carefully, likely knowing that this response was crucial to the future of our relationship. He lowered his head, but stayed facing away from me.
I thought we should take it slow.
I gathered that. My response was snarkier than I had intended, but it burst out of me before I had the chance to rethink it. Why do you want to take it slow? I asked him when he didn't elaborate. He turned to face me then, and the look in his gorgeous green eyes melted me. He seemed to be struggling for words, but his intent gaze spoke volumes. Finally he spoke.
I sense that you've been hurt.
His intuition shocked me. Most men didn't bother to take notice of my battle scars, and I was extremely well versed in hiding them. Everyone has been hurt. I tried to make light of his dead-on insight.
I sense that you've been hurt deeply.
He let the words hang there, and I wasn't at all sure how to respond. He saw too much. It made me feel vulnerable, like he could see right through me. He took the pressure off me by continuing.
I don't want to add to that pain. You are too important to me.
My bristly side wanted to raise its hackles. His words had implied that he would hurt me if we became too close. He had bailed on Abby when she opened herself up to him. Granted, it was only a brief departure, but he had still left her alone and wounded. Was Seth warning me that he would do the same thing if I let him get too close? The barricade around my heart that I'd erected had come dangerously close to lowering for Seth. Perhaps he was letting me know that I should keep it firmly in place. I had found myself trusting him more and more, but he seemed to be advising me not to place my faith in him. My instinct was to slam shut the tentative and fragile opening Seth had forged in my walls of self-defense. There was a reason I didn't let anyone in, and it was because people hurt other people. I blasted myself for briefly forgetting this basic tenet of human nature. As my mind continued to whirl with silent reprimands for my lack of vigilance at protecting myself, Seth moved closer to me, our planned popcorn forgotten. He reached a finger out to run along my jawline. My traitorous face wanted to turn in towards his caress, but I willed myself not to allow that. Somehow, I needed to find the strength to start resisting this utterly irresistible man. Seth broke the silence.
I don't have a great track record with relationships. After all, look how I fouled things up with Abby.
It never failed to amaze me that he fully accepted blame for the fiasco of a love triangle that happened with Abby and his brother. Much as I loved Ab, there was no denying that she royally messed up by getting involved with both Davis twins. The fact that neither of the men seemed to hold a grudge about it was a testament to their character. In all honesty, the fact that she had slept with both of them within a week of each other gave me the heebie-jeebies, and I'm usually pretty liberal about such things. I have found that it is best for me to not think about it too much. Continuing with his self-deprecating blame game, Seth added,
I truly cared about Abby, but when things started to get a little bit intense, I freaked out and left. My leaving effectively pushed her into Sam's arms.
Although I was thinking, no, she went to him quite willingly of her own accord. I remained silent. I didn't want to badmouth my best friend, but I did feel like she had crossed a line by jumping into Sam's bed so soon after being with Seth. Who am I to judge, though? I might have done the same thing in her situation.
I've tried to take things slowly with you because I don't want to make the same mistakes I did by moving too fast with Abby. I care about you, and I don't want to rush.
I think the rushing ship has long since sailed. I smiled at him to let him know I was teasing, sort of.
You seem so fragile.
He kissed me gently. You won't break me, I promised before taking his hand and leading him upstairs to my room. How was it? Abby leaned in to get the scoop. Was it worth the wait? She asked before giving me a chance to answer her first question. It was amazing, I told her honestly before laughing at her excited clapping. She was obviously overjoyed by my news. I felt a little guilty for wondering if she might be jealous about me being with Seth. After all, she had found him and she'd been with him first. Other than Abby, I hadn't had a plethora of girlfriends, so I wasn't positive if there was some kind of unwritten girl's code of ethics about not sleeping with a friend's ex. It wouldn't exactly be fair since Abby was the one who decided to call things off with Seth, but I wasn't crystal clear on the rules for this situation. Although, I'm guessing that our particular circumstances must be fairly unique. She seemed to be expecting me to elaborate, so I added, he was sweet and passionate and everything a woman could want. I can't believe I almost added, as you know. That would have been mortifying for both of us. Thankfully, our time for girl talk ended before I had the chance to blurt out something dumb as the Davis twins returned to our table bearing drinks. We were sitting at what used to be our booth at Joe's Bar and Grill, which had been moved to the new waterfront restaurant that Sam had built to replace it. Abby and I still met for tacos and bonding time every Sunday night, but our sacred best friend ritual had been invaded by men. Not that either of us minded Sam and Seth tagging along, but it definitely did bring a different dynamic to the discussion.
So, you and Seth finally did the deed, eh?
Sam asked the rhetorical question as he slid into the booth on Abby's side. I shouldn't have been surprised that Seth had told him, but for some reason I was. When we didn't respond, Sam continued as if we hadn't understood the question.
You two redacted.
Sam. Abby chastised him. I had been planning to let him go on to see how many inappropriate names he could come up with for it.
What?
He asked innocently, seeming perplexed as to what he'd done wrong.
We all know they did it, so why should we pretend like it's a secret?
It's okay, I reassured her. He's right. We all knew anyway.
Right.
Sam nodded his head.
Don't pretend like you two weren't over here discussing every detail.
He raised his voice to a tone far higher than either of ours.
Seth made all of my wildest dreams come true.
He fanned himself dramatically.
I never imagined it could be so wonderful. Do you think we're soulmates?
He fluttered his lashes for extra emphasis. I nearly spit margarita across the table, laughing at his ridiculous antics. Was that supposed to be me? I asked him when my giggles finally started to subside. Clearly, you have a misguided notion about how I talk and what I say. I don't think I have ever uttered the words soulmates with a straight face. I chuckled again, shaking my head at him. Seth waded into the conversation for the first time.
Don't let him fool you.
He pointed at Sam with his beer glass.
He's the biggest gossip queen around. He was pumping me for details while we waited for our drinks.
And he'll be trying to find out what I know on the way home tonight, Abby put in. Sam alternated looks between Abby and Seth.
You think you know people.
He shook his head in mock disgust with them, before turning serious.
I'm not a gossip queen.
He pouted. Yeah, you kind of are. Abby leaned in to kiss him, but you're my gossip queen.
Well, since I'm going to be accused of it anyway, how was it?
Sam asked us, only half joking.
Sometimes the first time can be a little awkward. Plus, you guys waited so long, there had to be extra pressure on it to be good. Was it worth the wait, or a little bit of a letdown?
The three of us let out a collective groan at his crassness, but he kept looking from Seth to me and back, obviously waiting for an answer.
It was mind-blowing.
Seth finally said.
We redacted, then we woke up this morning and redacted. I was rocked to my core, and I might never be the same. I think I'm ruined for any other woman now. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Seth asked his brother, who didn't look chastised in the slightest. Although Seth had merely been trying to get his brother off our backs, there was a good amount of truth to his words, at least from my perspective. If the other three noticed my cheeks flaming pink after Seth's speech, they were polite enough not to point it out. Later that evening, Seth and I were relaxing together on the couch in my living room. Both of our dogs and my cat had managed to worm their way onto the sofa with us. One of the dogs was snoring loudly. I was snuggled into Seth's embrace, and he was lightly rubbing his fingers up and down my arm.
It was true, you know,
he said, breaking the silence. Having been almost asleep, I wasn't sure if he was talking about the movie we had playing. What was true? I asked him, sitting up to grab a handful of still warm popcorn from the bag we had discovered unpopped in the microwave left over from the night before.
What I said to Sam tonight was true. I was teasing him to get him to back off, but every word was from my heart. I just haven't had the guts to say them to you yet.
My heart was racing. I wanted to reciprocate and tell him that he had rocked my world too, but my head was screaming at me to slow down. Seth didn't know the details of my past, and when he found out, he was bound to leave me. I needed to keep up a protective shield, or he would see me for the fraud that I am. I wasn't raised like they had been. I came from trash, which made me trash. I had seen and done unspeakable things. No matter how many nice clothes I bought or what kind of fancy job I held, nothing would change the fact that I would never be like Seth, Abby, and Sam. They didn't seem to see that, which was amazing, but it was only a matter of time until they would realize it. I had been actively avoiding the rest of Seth's family because I sensed that they could see right through my facade. It was becoming difficult to come up with reasonable excuses to miss their Sunday family brunches. Seth was starting to get his feelings hurt, because I always seemed to have some other commitment when Sunday rolled around, even though it was one of my regular days off from the restaurant. Facing Janice and Sutton Davis was just not something I felt confident doing. As if sensing where my thoughts had gone, Seth said,
I missed you today.
At my non-committal nod, he continued,
My family is very important to me, and you are very important to me.
He kissed the tip of my nose.
I'd like for the rest of my family to get to know and care about you, like I do. Well, not exactly like I do,
he added before dropping a sweet kiss on my lips. I knew that I wasn't being fair to him, but the thought of spending time with his wealthy, blue-blooded family made me nauseous. I would probably say something dumb, or they would look at me and just know that I didn't belong.
They're not that bad,
he reassured me, making me wonder if he really could read my mind.
Besides, Sam and Abby are always there with Anna, and Jesse usually brings Joe, Katie'd, and Jonah, so it's mostly people you already hang out with.
He was putting on the full court press, and I was beginning to sense that he wasn't going to take no for an answer this time.
Will you please mark your calendar and join me at next Sunday's family brunch?
He batted his eyelashes sweetly. When I didn't immediately answer, he added,
Please.
I couldn't help but chuckle at his silliness. I'll try to squeeze it in, I promised him, trying to hide that I was already dreading it. He rewarded my agreement with a mind-numbing kiss that started out tender and quickly escalated into a deep, toe-curling make-out session. His kisses were unlike anything I have ever experienced before. I'm not certain if it was because we were already good friends when we started dating, or if he was really that phenomenal of a kisser, but either way, his kisses made my soul come alive. When things started to escalate, we worked to redacted, desperate to redacted. I had redacted with my fair share of men, but none had ever made me feel a fraction of the passion I had with Seth. His flat hand smoothed its way up my side. I arched into his caress. When he slid his palm over my redacted, I let out a hiss, fully aware of the redacted he could and most likely would soon bring me with his redacted. He took his time, and the anticipation was almost unbearable. I raked my nails down his back, wanting him to be as desperate for me as I was for him. When he finally redacted. He gently rubbed the stubble on his cheek across redacted. To make up for the abrasiveness, his redacted to soothe me. Rather than having a calming effect, his kissing redacted. I was still redacted when he looked up at me. His sparkling and mischievous eyes were partially hidden by his lid of lush black lashes. Suddenly, embarrassment overwhelmed me. I couldn't believe I redacted from Seth merely paying attention to redacted. He hadn't even redacted yet. What was wrong with me? When I told him about my humiliation, Seth said,
I love how responsive you are to my touch.
You're just trying to make me feel better. I can't believe you can redacted. I've never been so ashamed of my ridiculous body. I wanted to stop talking about it, but for some reason couldn't seem to quiet my mouth. Besides, my redacted aren't anything to brag about anyway. I pointed in their general direction. Why should they be so responsive? I added the words, to you, under my breath.
You have fabulous redacted,
He told me, mortifying me further. I fervently hoped that he didn't think I had been fishing for compliments. They're small. My running mouth just wouldn't seem to stop. This was not the time or place to be pointing out my own flaws.
You know, I have always felt like anything more than redacted
He growled the last two words as he kissed redacted.
is a waste.
I chuckled at him, knowing that this was definitely not how most men felt, but grateful that he attempted to make me feel better. The mood had definitely lightened, so I teased him, you silly man.
Silly man?
His eyes were glimmering with mischief.
Would a silly man do this?
He punctuated his question by tickling my side. Stop, please stop before I pee on you. I yelled, laughing.
I know one way to keep you from peeing on me.
He teased, deftly flipping me over so I was redacted underneath him on the couch. I tried not to panic. He didn't know the rules yet. I hadn't explained to him the things that I wouldn't allow, the things I couldn't allow. I felt my breath quickening, my heart racing. He smiled down at me, likely mistaking my reaction for redacted. I ordered my breathing to slow. This was Seth and I was safe with him. Logically, I knew that, but my body's visceral reaction was completely out of my mind's control. When he leaned down to kiss me, I tried to turn my head to the side. I felt like I needed to escape, but I felt pinned in, trapped. This must be how a swaddled baby feels. The wayward thought emerged in my frantic mind. Seth reached down to hold my hand. To any sane person, it probably would have been an impossibly sweet move. To me, it felt like another restraint locking into place. I tried to tell myself that I could take control of the situation. All I needed to do was swing us around so that I was redacted. I would have the conversation later with Seth about the limitations on what we could do. It wasn't something to bring up in the heat of the moment. I should have raised the topic before we got this far. Needing to be redacted, and trying to appear casual, I swung my leg over Seth's in an attempt to turn us over. The back of the couch was not my friend in this maneuver, and I discovered that I couldn't get enough leverage to flip us. He was too close, redacted. Seth apparently mistook my redacted and wriggling for passion, because he sighed and redacted. It was too much. I couldn't take any more. No. No. Get off me. I shouted, unable to curb my full-on freakout. Pulling back as if he'd been burned, Seth gave me a completely shocked look. We both sat up as I ran a hand through my short hair a few times, reminding myself that I wasn't that little girl any longer in an attempt to calm down. Seth looked like a sad puppy.
I'm sorry,
He said tentatively, likely having no idea what he'd done wrong. Scratch that, I told myself, he hadn't done anything wrong. Feeling horribly guilty for making him feel bad when he couldn't have known about my issues, I said, it's not your fault. I was humiliated at having put my crazy on full display for him. It would be a miracle if he didn't run from the room screaming, trying to get away from me. From his perspective, I was hot one minute and cold the next, for no apparent reason. Why wouldn't he have tried to redacted? I should have warned him. Too late now, I guess. He probably thinks I'm a total psycho. My mind was whirling with self-criticism. He didn't know that the only way I felt like I had any power in a relationship with a man was to seize control of the redacted. I felt utterly powerless on the redacted, but I hadn't warned him about my issues, and now he felt chastised for not following my unwritten rules that I hadn't bothered to share with him. Seth was sitting there quietly, likely wondering how to quickly escape without me causing another scene. I owed him an explanation, but I wasn't sure how to go about it. The silence dragged on until I decided I had no other choice, except to jump in and attempt to make sense of what I had done. "Look, I'm messed up," I confessed. When he started to argue, I held up a hand, stopping him. I needed to get this off my chest. I was abused when I was younger. I spoke slowly, choosing my words carefully. He nodded once, absorbing what I was saying, but let me continue uninterrupted. "I can't." I faltered over the words, but was determined to go on. "I can't have anyone redacted. Ever." I clarified to make sure he understood. He let that sink in for a bit.
Okay.
He finally said,
"I wish you would have told me sooner. I never would have done anything that might upset you."
Leave it to Seth to have a perfect reaction. The man was unflappable. It never seemed like the right time to bring it up, I admitted, knowing even as I said it that it sounded like a flimsy excuse for not warning him about my deeply ingrained fears.
"It's always the right time to bring up something important to you."
He reassured me.
"I feel awful for upsetting you."
"Don't." I shook my head. "Totally not your fault." We sat in silence for a bit before I added, "If you want to end this, I'll understand and do my best to not make things awkward." At his confused look, I elaborated. "Considering our relationships with Sam and Abby, it's not like we can completely avoid seeing each other. So I don't want this to be a bad breakup."
"You're breaking up with me."
He sounded stunned.
"Courtney, I would never purposely do anything that makes you uncomfortable. You have to believe that. Now that I know, I'll be careful to make sure I never do anything that makes you feel like I'm redacted."
"No, I figured you would want to end things with me." The relief on his face at my words was obvious. "I know it wasn't intentional," I confirmed, wanting him to realize that I didn't blame him for what happened.
"Why would I want to end things?"
he asked, sounding perplexed. "Because I'm crazy?" My thoughts shouted the answer, but thankfully I didn't voice it. "Because we are limited in what we can do," I answered honestly. I had been down this route before. Men claimed to be okay with not being redacted. Maybe they even believed it for a while. Within a few weeks, they all seemed to think I should trust them. They thought they had proven they wouldn't hurt me, and that I should be able to relax and let them take charge. Not understanding that my issues weren't related to them in any way, they felt hurt when they weren't able to fix me. It never failed. True to form, Seth said,
"I'm happy to let you redacted and have your way with me. I'll just lie back and redacted."
He smiled naughtily at me as he relaxed back on the sofa, gesturing with his hand that I was welcome to redacted whenever I pleased. It never fails, though. Men like to have plain old redacted sometimes, and that's just not a possibility with me, I warned him.
"I'm okay with that."
He reassured me, and I wondered how long it would last. Sadly, I knew from experience that it wouldn't be long before it became an impasse. All too quickly, the week flew by, and it was time to pay the piper for dating a nearly perfect man by brunching with his uppity family. I had an immense wardrobe of clothing to choose from, but still dithered over finding the right outfit to wear. Having the correct costume wasn't likely to keep Seth's parents from seeing me for what I was, beneath them. Abby reassured me repeatedly that they would love me. From her perspective, they had to love me because she did. She didn't understand how anyone could not love me, but I was well aware that it was an easy task. My own family had proven that. Ab overlooked all of my flaws though, because she was a wonderful friend. I was fairly certain that the Davis matriarch and patriarch would be quick to find and discuss all of my imperfections. I just hoped Seth would be able to be impervious to their judgment and nearly guaranteed disapproval of me. It's not that I blame his parents. I'm sure they had higher hopes for their dashing young son than to end up with a damaged criminal from the wrong side of the tracks. Seth and Sam might not look at me that way, but I was certain that these inferior traits would be all their parents would see in me. Seth arrived early to pick me up, likely a testament to his nerves over officially presenting me to his family. I had met them before, but never officially as Seth's what? Girlfriend? Redacted? Brief dalliance? Brother's wife's best friend? Minor distraction? It would be interesting to see how he introduced me to them. When I answered the door, I brushed a hand nervously down my poppy-colored tea dress. He stood in the doorway looking at me, not moving forward or gesturing me out to join him on the porch. His hesitation made me even more nervous. "It's too bright of a color?" I asked him, self-consciously indicating my dress, feeling my cheeks burn hot. "I can change into a different dress," I offered.
No, it's perfect.
He smiled at me then.
You're perfect.
I rolled my eyes at him. "Hardly." I shoved a hand into his shoulder. Even though his words were far from the truth, he had already managed to calm my jitters significantly. He kissed me then. His lips lingered with mine, making it a long, sweet greeting. When he pulled back, I couldn't help but chuckle. Swiping my thumb across his lips, I said, "Your lipstick matches my dress." Grinning at me, he said,
"It's my badge of honor for kissing a beautiful woman."
Moving out of the doorway, he gallantly held the screen door so it wouldn't hit my back while I locked up. "I have a whole tube in my purse if you want more," I offered.
No. My preferred way to apply lipstick involves your lips, not a tube.
He brushed his cheek near my ear as I fiddled with the key.
Besides, Sam would never let me live it down.
Knowing that the brothers looked for any excuse to one-up the other or bicker, I let the subject drop right then. "Ready?" I asked him.
Yep.
He answered, sounding downright chipper.
You.
I nodded and took his hand to walk to his green Jeep Wrangler, but under my breath I whispered, "Ready as I'll ever be." Quick as a wink, we were driving between the massive stone statues at the end of his parents' long, manicured driveway. We parked near a lively cherub fountain that spewed water at us as we walked past. The near miss startled me, making Seth laugh.
My mother loves quirky statues and fountains.
He pointed down a winding path dotted with all sorts of unique and funny concrete characters. I took a step in their direction, hoping to check them out closer.
We'll explore them sometime,
he promised.
But I am ready for you to officially meet my family.
My stomach was doing flip-flops, but there was no turning back now. As we neared the front door, I heaved a sigh of relief. Abby and Sam were sitting on a bench near the entry, clearly waiting for our arrival so we could present a united front. I had never been so grateful to see anyone. Anna was sound asleep. Her pudgy cheek leaned against Sam's chest as she rested in a baby carrier that resembled a front-facing backpack. After quiet greetings all around, we turned to face the giant front door. Sam reached a finger out to press the doorbell. It didn't surprise me because Abby had warned me that even though we were invited, the guys still didn't walk into their childhood home unannounced. Looking at the four of us standing there, waiting at the impressive front door for entry into the palace, reminded me of Dorothy and her friends going to see The Wizard of Oz, if one of the friends had been toting a baby. I felt as nervous as the Cowardly Lion and wished I had a tail to wring. Seth put a comforting arm around me, and I leaned into his warmth. Surprisingly, when the door opened, Janice Davis herself was on the other side. She smiled in welcome and ushered us in. She cooed appropriately in hushed tones over the dozing baby, smiled warmly at her boys and a little less so at Abby, before formally extending a hand out to me, her lips forced into a slight stiff upward curve. We had seen each other before, but had never been officially introduced.
"Mother,"
Seth announced.
"this is my..."
He hesitated over the word, obviously not having thought this through in advance. I waited with bated breath to see how he would define us, unsure why this one word was so important to me.
"My girl Courtney."
He finally settled on the appropriate moniker. His girl. I let the word roll through my mind. There were definitely worse choices, although I was hardly young or innocent enough that anyone should refer to me as a girl. Even as a child, I had never felt pure, like a girl should. I suppose if he had said, "This is my woman," it would have sounded weird. While I wasn't wild about the word girl, I did like the sound of being Seth's girl for some reason. I'd never been anyone's girl before. If I was going to be referred to as someone's girl, I was glad it was Seth's. A girl could do much worse. I held back a chuckle when I realized I was already using Seth's word for me in my own mind. Apparently, he can even influence my own thoughts.
"Welcome, Courtney."
Janice's words were nice enough, but her stiff posture and brittle smile said otherwise. I could tell she didn't like me or approve of me dating her son. It doesn't matter. It's Seth's opinion that matters, I reminded myself. We were ushered to an enormous formal sitting room and offered pre-meal beverages. I was tempted to have something alcoholic to help take the nervous edge off, but instead followed Abby's lead and requested water. The awkward, polite conversation had just begun to stall when Seth's sister, Jessie, breezed into the room like a breath of fresh air. Jessie looked like a softer, more feminine version of the twins. Her open, friendly demeanor brought a completely different feeling to the group, which had been starting to experience tense discomfort all around.
No Kit Kat.
Sam inquired about his niece, obviously disappointed by her absence. She's with her dad, Jessie let us know. And Joe's working. He's always working, she added. Joe was my boss at the restaurant. He and I had almost had a fling last year, but it fizzled out almost before it started when he found out he had a young son to raise on his own. I wasn't ready for that kind of responsibility yet. Actually, I wasn't sure if I ever would be ready for it. I wish Joe had a fantastic manager at the restaurant, so he could actually take some time off. Jessie was looking right at me when she made the dig, so I knew it hadn't been accidental. Was she teasing me? Or was she being intentionally hurtful? I couldn't read her, but one of the only things I was sure of about myself was that I was an excellent restaurant manager. I gave 110% every day at work. Surprisingly, Sam was the one who jumped on his sister, defending me.
Joe has a fantastic manager, Jess.
He pointed in my direction, as if he thought she might have forgotten about our non-Seth connection. I know, you big goober, Jessie retorted. I was just kidding. I hoped that was the case, but had a very hard time reading Seth's gorgeous sister. I was fairly certain that she wasn't thrilled about my relationships with Joe or her brother. She always seemed a little bristly to me, but Abby thought it was all my imagination. The way Ab saw it, if Jessie could be friendly with her after she slept with both of Jessie's twin brothers, then Jessie could overlook my past almost affair with Joe. It made sense, but I still had a hard-to-define, uneasy feeling whenever I was around her. Sutton Davis poked his head into the doorway, indicating we should all move into the dining room, as it was time to eat. I noticed that he didn't apologize for his tardiness, even though I knew from past conversations that Janice wouldn't accept anyone else being late for Sunday brunch. She was slightly pursed, but refrained from commenting about the delay. I guess the rules didn't apply to the patriarch of the family. Sam handed off the still sleeping baby in her carrier to a nanny, who magically appeared as we entered the magnificent dining room. I was pleased to find that I was seated next to Seth and directly across from Abby. Even though Jessie was on my other side, I felt like I had allies close by. Jessie kept the conversation moving by chatting amiably throughout the meal, making me incredibly grateful for her presence. Had she not been there, I'm quite certain I would have faced a grilling question-and-answer session, and I doubt if my answers would have pleased Seth's parents. Overall, the meal went well. I'm sure the food was delicious. The enormous berries with clotted cream, eggs Benedict, and thick bacon looked delectable, but my nerves were so much on edge that it could have tasted like sawdust for all I knew. Even though I went through the motions of chewing and swallowing, I was too anxious to taste or enjoy the fancy cuisine. It also made me nervous to be served. I'd never been in a private home where someone brought food to you and cleared it away. When I finished my plate, without thinking, I stood to take my dirty dishes to the tray to be returned to the kitchen. Janice bugged her eyes out at me, and the caterer nearly fell over herself, telling me to sit and that she would take care of it. The short, round woman was so flustered by my blunder that she knocked over a water glass. Janice glared at her sternly, and I worried that she would get in trouble over my faux pas. Other than that, the meal went smoothly. Before long, everyone's plates were cleared. With impeccable timing, the nanny returned to the room with Anna. The baby was awake, freshly changed, and happy. She cooed for a few minutes in her mother's arms while Abby gazed dreamily back at her, tickled her chin, and talked quietly to her. The two of them seemed happily encased in their own little world, until Sam scooted his chair over to drape an arm around Abby and play with Anna's feet. Both of them gazed lovingly at him like he was the center of their universe, and he returned the enamored look to each of them. The trio looked like they should be featured on a Hallmark greeting card. They were that perfect. Jessie interrupted their magical moment by announcing loudly that they got to see Anna all the time, and that the baby needed some quality Aunt Jessie time. Abby reluctantly handed her child over. Jessie opened the sliding glass doors to walk out to the sprawling patio and pool area, while she chattered animatedly, as if Anna could understand her. The baby appeared to be mesmerized by Jessie, looking at her as if she were the strangest and most wonderful thing she had ever encountered. I watched them closely, trying not to be jealous. We all decided to relax outside for a bit, on the Davises' elegant patio. To refer to the outdoor area where we retreated as a patio seemed to be the understatement of the year. The poolside area boasted a full outdoor kitchen that was nicer than any kitchen I had ever seen in any house, outside of those home makeover television shows. Their lawn furniture consisted of rattan sofas with deep, brightly colored cushions and comfy-looking rocking chairs that I would be thrilled to spend the day in, reading and relaxing, as long as the Davises weren't home. Not long after we sat down, Jessie returned with the baby. "Time for me to go pick up Miss Katie," she told us as she bent down to hand the baby to me. I almost panicked, not wanting to hold Anna in front of Seth's parents. I knew what was bound to happen. Unsure of another viable alternative, I held out my arms to take the tiny child. As I had predicted, Anna started crying almost immediately. I tried gently patting her rear end and cooing to her, like I had seen Abby and Jessie do, but it only seemed to anger her more. I looked around, uncertain of what to do. Sam broke the tension by teasing me.
"Don't pinch her, Court."
The others chuckled, but Anna only screeched louder.
"Try sitting in one of the rocking chairs with her,"
Seth suggested. I moved to a rocker and swayed back and forth with the child in my arms, attempting to soothe her, but she wasn't having any part of it. She arched her back in fury. Finally, Seth came over and lifted her out of my arms, saying,
"Maybe she just wants her mama."
He started to carry her towards Abby, but before he got there, the child's wailing stopped. She was still hiccuping from being so upset, but she was already significantly calmed. I felt like crawling under a rock. Seth's parents had been witness to my humiliating problem with children. They all hated me, even tiny babies. Anna reacted like that any time I attempted to hold her, and she wasn't the only one. It was as if all children could see right through me, and they knew that I was not worthy of their love. Maybe on some level they knew what I was capable of, what I had done. Maybe they were on to me. There was something to be said for the innocence of children. Perhaps they knew more than the rest of us, and what they knew told them to be very wary of me. Sam broke the tension of the moment again, by echoing my thoughts and teasing.
"Kids and animals are great judges of character."
He grinned at me, to let me know there wasn't any malice behind his words. I offered a wobbly smile, but if Sam had known how closely his words mirrored my actual thoughts, I doubt he would have uttered them. Everyone was staring at me, so I attempted to deflect the attention with humor. "Animals love me," I responded honestly. "I can't help it, your kid is as cranky as you are with me." I directed the words at Sam. Sam laughed at my feeble attempt at humor, which gave everyone else an excuse to chuckle, and the conversation moved to another topic. Instead of listening, my thoughts kept returning to Anna's consistent reaction to me. She really didn't like me. It was true that I always had enjoyed a great connection with animals, especially strays. I suspected it was because they could sense that deep down inside I was like them, alone and afraid, constantly wondering when my world was going to cave in around me. Kids felt safe and loved. Maybe they sensed that I was nothing like them and didn't want my unlovableness to rub off on them. Perhaps they were aware, on some unconscious level, of the evil I had seen and taken part in. In that case, they were right to be afraid.
"Court?"
Seth asked, and I could tell that he had asked me something. Everyone was staring at me again. Yeah. Brilliant response. The mean-spirited side of my mind insulted me before I could tamp it down.
"Are you ready to go?"
Seth was smiling, evidently amused at having caught me daydreaming. "Yes," I exclaimed far too excitedly. "I mean, sure, whenever you are." I corrected my overly enthused declaration. I managed to properly thank Seth's parents, and smiled at Abby when she hugged me and whispered a reassurance that it was over and I had made it.
"They loved you."
Seth lied when we buckled ourselves into his Jeep. I gave him a slight nod, thankful that he was trying to spare my feelings. Meanwhile, the entire trip home, the dark side of my mind, having successfully surfaced earlier, shouted hateful thoughts at me. You don't belong with these people. Even the baby knows it. You are not like the others. Why do you keep pretending that you are one of them? You are trash and you will always be trash. You have done despicable things. Why do you keep lingering here, pretending to fit in with them? Seth and Abby are just too kind-hearted to tell you that you aren't one of them. You should leave before they realize what you are and ask you to go. You need to get out of here, before they figure out how abhorrent you are on the inside. Seth and Abby. Gone? How could Courtney just leave? Seth sat on the front porch steps holding the quickly scrawled letter, stunned. He read the letter for at least the 10th time, attempting to make sense of it. Resting his head on his hands and closing his eyes, he ran through the events of the last few days. What had happened to make her leave? Could he have done something differently to keep her from going? Had he pushed her too hard into meeting his family? Had they scared her off? Why hadn't he seen this coming? Where had she gone? How did he always manage to mess up his romantic relationships? Why hadn't he been more open with her about his feelings? Was he just completely unlovable? His throat burned with the knowledge that she was gone and likely not coming back. He cared deeply for her, so deeply in fact that he had been starting to wonder if it might be love. He wasn't normally quick to fall in love, and he almost never said those 3 magic little words. The only woman he had ever said "I love you" to was Abby, and he'd waited too long to say it to her. He had stalled in letting her know how he felt, and ended up losing her to his brother. The hurt from their betrayal was just now starting to fully heal. Sure, he acted like things were hunky-dory with Abby and Sam. What other choice did he have? He wasn't willing to lose his relationship with his twin, or cause that kind of friction within his family. Deep down inside though, the wounds were still a little raw. Courtney had been helping him heal. He had confessed his hurt and anger to her, and she had understood. She hadn't judged him, or made him feel guiltier than he already did about his feelings of resentment over Sam and Abby's relationship. He honestly wanted to be happy for them, and on some level he was, but the anger and hurt feelings were still there too, bubbling just under the surface. Venting to Courtney had given him sweet relief. Her non-judgmental acceptance of his feelings had allowed him to begin to move on. He didn't want to be bitter and hold on to his anger, which was why he tried to bury his hurt feelings and hide them from his family. He wished only the best for Sam and Abby, and truly wanted them to be blissfully happy. However, Courtney's quiet validation that his less-than-stellar emotions over the entire situation were justified had been the healing balm that he had needed to start to let his resentment go. He had opened his heart to her, feeling safe that she wouldn't stomp on his feelings. He had trusted her, and now she had left. She had abandoned her home, her job, her best friend, and him. She had chosen to leave him. Was he really so horrible that she was willing to give up the life she had built here to get away from him? He had thought things had been going great with their relationship, beyond great, fantastic. A future with her had been beginning to seem like a distinct possibility. Apparently, Courtney had not agreed with that assessment. Suddenly, Courtney's pets popped into Seth's mind. Had she left them behind as well? If she had, he knew that she would return. She loved them too much to leave them behind, even if she didn't feel the same way about him. He called for Buster, Court's droopy basset hound, but didn't get a response. He didn't bother calling for Tabitha, figuring that cats don't normally come when they are called anyway. He was one of the few people Tab seemed to like though, and she normally greeted him at the door. Having not seen her since his arrival was not a good sign. He tentatively peered into the home's attached mudroom to see if the animals' food bowls were still there, already knowing that he probably wouldn't see them. As he had expected, the colorful ceramic dishes were missing. Hoping for a miracle, he opened the cabinet where he knew Court stored the pet food. It had been cleared out, and served as further confirmation that she had taken her beloved pets with her. She was likely gone for good, Seth finally admitted to himself. On autopilot, he walked back out to the front porch and plopped down on the bright red swing. He had no idea how long he sat there in a daze, before Abby's silver Volvo pulled into the driveway. He stared at her car, which had been a wedding present from Sam. Even though Ab had been content with her old beater of a car, Sam had insisted that she have one of the safest vehicles available to drive with their precious baby on board. Once he mentioned the supreme protection for Anna, Ab had given in and graciously accepted his luxurious gift. She didn't get immediately out of the car. Instead, she sat there for a while, staring straight ahead as if in a daze. Seth figured that she must have received a goodbye letter from Courtney that was similar to the one he was holding. Normally, he would have gone to assist her with Anna and her plethora of baby stuff, but right now, he just didn't have the gumption to get up. Eventually, Abby roused herself enough to get out of the vehicle and join him on the front porch of the home by the lake that her parents had left her in their will. They sat there in silence for a while. Seth looked to the car to verify that she hadn't forgotten Anna inside it. Abby seemed in shock enough to accidentally leave her, something she would never let happen if she were in her right mind. With a good deal of relief, Seth saw that the baby was not in the car. She must be with Annie, the child's godmother, he decided. He found himself impressed that Abby had retained enough presence of mind to make arrangements for her child, even after receiving the bombshell news that her very best friend had up and left town, with no warning or apparent intention of returning. Ever. He wasn't certain how long they sat in silence, both of them obviously stunned. Abby was the one who finally spoke. "He is cheating on me." Having been prepared to show Abby his letter from Courtney and discuss her abrupt departure, it took a while for Ab's words to sink in.
Wait, what?
He asked dumbly. "He's cheating on me," she repeated matter-of-factly. Finally turning to face Seth with a dead look in her eyes, she elaborated a little. "I saw that horrible woman. She was going up to meet him in a hotel room." She stumbled over the last two words and finally let the tears go. She laid her head against Seth's knee and let the racking sobs escape from her body. Uncertain of what to say, Seth awkwardly patted her back. They sat that way for a long time. Deciding that this wasn't the time to bring up Courtney's sudden disappearance, Seth remained quiet and let her cry. When her tears finally started to subside, she sat up and swiped a hand across her blotchy, wet face. As much as Sam obviously loved this woman and doted on and adored his daughter, Seth found it surprising that he would cheat, even though his brother had been a well-known player before meeting his wife. Knowing that it was probably foolish, but unable to keep from verifying, Seth asked,
"Are you certain it wasn't an innocent mix-up?"
He was sure she remembered the time not too long ago when she thought Sam had cheated because she saw him wearing nothing but a low-slung towel with a woman, only to find that the female in question was his masseuse. Perhaps this was another innocuous situation that had just appeared to be inappropriate. She had her head in her hands when she answered. Her voice showed no inflection and was completely lifeless and flat as she explained. "I was having a late lunch with Annie at that fancy restaurant at the new hotel on Broad Street." She snuffled a little, but kept going. "Annie and Mr. Finley just got back from Turks and Caicos, and she was dying to see the baby." She paused, obviously not wanting to continue. Seth remained silent until she forged on. "As we were leaving, I saw Emily from Sam's office, heading to the front desk of the hotel." She had spat the woman's name with more venom than Seth had ever heard her emit. He vaguely remembered a story about Emily sitting on Sam's desk once when Abby had popped into his office for a surprise visit. It hadn't gone over well at all, if Seth remembered correctly. When Emily greeted the front desk clerk, she paused again, obviously having trouble uttering the words. Abby took a deep breath then spoke in a flourish. "He told her that Mr. Davis was waiting for her in their usual suite." She broke down into tears again. Apparently hearing the words aloud, even coming from her own mouth, made them more real, less deniable. Seth's mind was racing, trying to come up with plausible excuses for his brother, but he was coming up dry. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that he wasn't overly surprised to find out that Sam was cheating. What the heck was Sam thinking? Was he just destined to be a permanent player? Why couldn't he see how lucky he was and be grateful, instead of always looking for more? "He's evidently more like our father than I had realized." The last thought struck a chord with Seth. He cared deeply about Abby and his mother, and he couldn't understand how any man, especially his closest male relatives, could hurt such wonderful women in this way. They were both married men. They had each vowed to forsake all others. No one had forced them into taking that vow, yet they both cheated on their wives. It was despicable. In that moment, he hated them both. Sam hadn't even been married very long. He and Abby were still newlyweds and couldn't keep their hands off each other. Unable to understand how he could do this to her, Seth was at a loss for words to comfort Abby. He wanted to wring his brother's neck, but sensed that telling her that would not be helpful. He looked at the letter from Courtney, still clutched in his hand, and realized Abby probably had no idea that her best friend had left. She was reeling from finding out that the love of her life is a cheater. The news about Court was likely to send her into a dangerous downward spiral into depression. Deciding that she needed a little more time, he suggested they go inside for a cup of tea. His mother believed a warm mug of soothing tea could comfort all of life's ills. He fervently hoped she was right. Abby stumbled into the kitchen on autopilot and plopped into a chair, while Seth went through the motions of brewing them a pot of tea. Once the tea was poured and properly sweetened, he decided that he needed to tell her about Courtney. If he waited much longer, she would be furious at him for keeping it from her. He lifted the letter to begin to explain. Just then, Abby's phone jingled with an incoming call. The ringtone played the song, "Sexy and I Know It." Seth deduced she utilized that indicator exclusively for Sam. She confirmed he was right by not bothering to glance at the display before ignoring the call. When the ping indicated she had a voicemail from the caller, Abby ignored that as well. Finally she spoke. "I knew he wasn't the marrying kind," she said sadly. "He just isn't the type of man who wants to, or even can be saddled down with a wife and baby. I knew that, but I ignored my gut and followed my heart. Look where that got me." She tried to chuckle, but it came out as more of a sad hiccup-sob combination. Not wanting to add to her misery, but knowing that he needed to tell her about Courtney sooner rather than later, Seth started.
"There's something I have to tell you."
By the stricken look on her face, he could tell that she knew it was something serious. "You knew he was cheating?" She guessed incorrectly.
No.
He reassured her.
"I would have told you if I had known."
He said the words convincingly, even though he wasn't at all sure that he would have told her. After all, he'd kept the secret of his father's cheating from his own mother. It wasn't some strange male bonding code of loyalty that kept Seth silent, but rather the reluctance to so deeply hurt a woman that he loved. He cared a great deal about Abby, and was pretty certain he would not have shared with her that Sam was cheating, if he had been aware of it. Nonetheless, it felt right to say that he would have told her. She nodded, clearly believing that he would have shared the news with her, and oblivious to his inner struggle about whether he actually would have. "Okay," she said tentatively. "When someone says they have something they have to tell you, it's never good news. So spill it." She looked directly at him, bracing herself for whatever was coming. Rather than trying to explain, Seth handed Abby the letter. Her lips moved as she read the words, some of them coming out aloud in bursts of disbelief. "Have to leave, hope you understand, not like the rest of you, never belong in your world, do not try to find me." She finished reading, but remained motionless. The dumbfounded look on her face mirrored perfectly how Seth felt about the entire situation. Her gaze was vacant as she shook her head slowly back and forth a few times, obviously trying to absorb the news that her best friend was gone. The two of them sat in silence for a long time. Both were lost in their own thoughts, drifting in sadness. Abby looked like what she was, someone who had lost her best friend, both of them. Eventually, they were roused from their depressing thoughts by the crackling of gravel as a car pulled into the driveway. Peeking out the window, Seth wasn't surprised to see Sam's Porsche slide in behind Abby's Volvo. They looked at each other for the first time in a long while. A silent agreement passed between them. Abby stayed at the kitchen table, while Seth stood and rolled his shoulders in preparation for dealing with his cheating brother. Sam eased his long body out of the car and strode up the sidewalk as if he owned the place. He possessed his father's ability to appear powerful, like he was the boss in any situation. Seth had never quite been able to pull it off. Apparently, Sam had also inherited their father's ability to cheat on his wife. That was something to which Seth would never aspire.
"Hey,"
Sam said nonchalantly to Seth as he attempted to breeze past him. Pulling up to his full height, Seth blocked his brother's passage to the front porch steps.
"She doesn't want to see you right now,"
he informed Sam. Straightening his own spine, Sam responded.
What the heck are you talking about?
He was clearly perturbed by Seth's interference.
She knows what you did.
Seth glared at Sam. A dark reflection of his own green eyes glared back at him, not backing down at all.
I don't know who you think you are, or what you think you are doing, but no one will stop me from talking to my wife.
Sam's quick-to-flare temper was already surfacing.
She doesn't want to see you right now.
Seth repeated. Unwilling to put up with this any longer, Sam tried to barge past his brother. Seth easily blocked his attempt, and the two stood nose to nose, glaring at each other.
What are you, her guard dog?
Sam hissed.
I'm happy to be a guard dog if she needs one, and she appears to need one right now.
Seth was unruffled by his brother's sneer.
Whatever you're up to isn't going to work.
Sam glared at him. At Seth's indifferent shrug, Sam quickly veered around him in another attempt to get inside the house. Seth deftly maneuvered to block him. Realizing his brother had the advantage at this entrance, Sam took off around the house, heading for the door to the mudroom. Seth darted that way inside the house, only to find that Sam had faked him out and returned to the front door, which Seth had left unguarded. When Seth got back from the wild goose chase his brother had sent him on to the mudroom, Sam was already in the kitchen. Abby was holding up a hand to stop his entry, which appeared to be working much better at impeding his progress than Seth's attempt at brute force had. I can't talk to you right now, Abby croaked the words out at him.
Why not?
His brother seemed completely bewildered. Seth had to give him credit. For being a cheating jerk, he played the innocent, loving husband part incredibly convincingly. I'm not ready to deal with what you have done, and Courtney's gone, and I just can't handle thinking about it all right now. Abby's wavering voice broke as a steady stream of tears trailed down her cheeks.
Sweetheart, I don't know what you think I've done, but whatever it is, I'll make it right.
Abby started to shake her head, but before she could respond, the rest of Abby's outburst sunk in with Sam.
Wait, what do you mean Courtney's gone? Where did she go? She's just gone.
Seth held the letter out to Sam, deciding to be civil. Besides, Sam was still part owner of the restaurant Court managed. He would likely need to make some arrangements to cover for her, until they could track her down and talk some sense into her. Sam quickly skimmed at the handwritten letter, before looking up at the other two. The shocked look his face registered perfectly matched the confused gaze of his twin, after Seth had first read the letter.
Why would she leave?
Sam finally asked. Neither of the others had an answer for that question, so the three sat staring at each other baffled for a few long moments.
She knows we love her.
The words came from Sam and surprised both of the other two, who looked at each other with wide eyes.
I won't let her do this.
Seth smiled as the more expected bull-headed reaction from his brother began to surface.
I'm going to find her,
Sam announced as if the other two weren't involved at all.
It doesn't sound like she wants to be found.
Seth pointed in the direction of the letter. His voice was flat and completely lifeless, like he had already given up on Courtney.
I don't care.
Sam answered, sounding slightly perturbed by his brother's lack of fight.
We are her family.
He tried when Seth and Abby both gave him sad, resigned looks.
Are you two really willing to give up on her so easily?
He slammed his hand down on the table in frustration. Seth and I will find her, Abby finally spoke. You need to go, she told Sam matter-of-factly.
I will not go.
Sam informed her adamantly.
I am your husband, and I want to do anything I can to help you find your best friend.
Seth stood taller, ready to forcefully eject his twin from the house if needed. Sam noticed the subtle shift and turned his steely gaze on his brother.
Stand down. This isn't any of your concern. You hurting one of my closest friends is absolutely my concern.
Seth informed him matter-of-factly, not backing down a bit.
How have I hurt you?
Sam asked Abby, his eyes softened as he turned to gaze at her.
I'll do anything to make it up to you.
He sounded completely sincere, and it made Seth want to vomit. He hoped Abby didn't fall for his twin's smooth talking. How have you hurt me? Abby sounded completely distraught. How have you hurt me? She shook her head as she asked the sad question once more. Sam appeared to be waiting for an answer to that question, so she gave him one. By cheating on me, you ridiculous jerk. Her voice conveyed more venom than either brother had ever heard from her.
Cheating.
Seth had to hand it to his brother. He looked and sounded completely astonished by the accusation.
Ab, I would never cheat on you, baby.
Seth rolled his eyes at his brother's slick use of the endearment. Sam moved closer to Abby, but she quickly retreated, jerking her hand out of his grasp. "Do you call your side piece baby too?" she asked him.
What side piece?
Sam asked, honestly seeming perplexed.
I don't have a side piece. Abby.
He tried to rub her shoulder, but she pulled it back.
Abby.
He repeated, looking her directly in the eyes.
I haven't cheated on you. I don't want to cheat on you. You are the only woman for me. Ever.
He enunciated the last word.
You and Anna are my entire world.
He slid the back of his index finger along her cheek. She turned away, but didn't block his caress.
How could you think that I would cheat on you? Why would I cheat on you? I love you more than I would have ever believed possible.
Brushing his lips across her temple, he murmured,
My heart, my soul, and my body belong to you, and only you.
Seth was impressed by his brother's acting ability. It was actually quite believable. Seth was relieved to discover that Abby wasn't falling for his ploy when she responded. I saw her going up to meet you. I saw it with my own eyes. Abby swiped angrily at the tears that stubbornly refused to stop falling.
Who?
Sam inquired, still sounding completely perplexed. Emily. Abby spat the name at him like it physically pained her to say it.
Emily?
Sam asked, sounding surprised by the accusation.
I am not cheating on you with her or anyone else.
He looked directly into her eyes as he said it. I saw her at the hotel today. She was heading up to your regular suite. Ab unwillingly let a sob escape.
Baby, this is a misunderstanding.
Seth had to give his brother props for sticking with his story.
I haven't been to a hotel. I was in a board meeting all day. You can check with my secretary if you don't believe me.
He offered her his phone. Abby looked as if she might be starting to waver. Seth didn't want to create more problems for them, but he also didn't want his brother to weasel his way out of the repercussions of cheating.
Your secretary would lie for you.
He jumped into the conversation. The icy look Sam gave him could have frozen boiling water. Seth held up his hand saying,
Just pointing out the obvious.
Sam ignored him, opting instead to focus his full attention on moving closer to Abby.
How would I have the energy to cheat on you, even if I wanted to?
He growled in a low tone.
We redacted most of the night last night.
He continued as if his brother wasn't there.
Then you joined me in the shower this morning, and we redacted. How could I possibly even think about anyone else? You are my one and only. You are my entire world,
he assured her. He had backed Abby into the kitchen stove and had his arms on either side of her on the counter. He was looking intently at her as he spoke, but Seth was still able to hear every intimate word, and it was making him immensely uncomfortable. Hearing the details of his brother and sister-in-law's overly active and lively redacted did not seem appropriate, especially considering his own steamy past with Abby.
Does this feel like a man who's been cheating on you?
Sam redacted into Abby, and she tilted her head back, mouth open wide as she wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Both of them had clearly forgotten Seth was still there. Seth slipped out of the house as quietly as possible, opting to wait for them on the front porch. From the redacted, it was obvious that they were having extremely passionate redacted. He had to hand it to his brother. If he was cheating on his wife, he was an absolute stallion. Sam and Abby had evidently redacted at least 3 times in the past 24 hours. If Sam was also keeping a mistress happy on the side, he must be an insatiable redacted in the bedroom. When Sam and Abby rejoined him on the front porch, they were holding hands and smiling like kids on Christmas morning. At least Abby had the decency to blush. Seth just shook his head at the two of them, still not quite believing Abby was able to forgive him so easily. In answer to his unasked question, Abby said, the front desk clerk told Emily that Mr. Davis was waiting for her in their normal suite. Seth nodded at her, not yet having pieced together the puzzle that she had solved. The twins' brows knit into matching looks of hurt and disgust as reality dawned on them, and they both realized who was meeting Emily in the suite for a racy afternoon tryst.
Dad,
the brothers said in unison.
We'll have to deal with him later,
Sam decided.
Right now, our top priority is finding Courtney.
Seth and Abby both nodded in agreement with that assessment, but neither had any idea where to begin looking. When they voiced their concerns to Sam, he he quickly jumped into the role of lead detective.
Abby, search her bedroom for any clues about where she might have gone. Look through the closet, her drawers, under her bed, everywhere.
He instructed her. Turning to Seth, he added,
You go through the rest of the house. I'll call a private investigator to help track her movement. She can't have gone too far.
They all sat motionless for a moment.
Don't worry, we'll find her.
He reassured them, before adding,
Let's get moving before the trail gets cold.
The three of them jumped into action, determined to leave no stone unturned in their search for clues. Exhausted and frustrated, Abby and Seth returned to the front porch swing. Sam was pacing the front walkway, barking into his cell phone. Anything? Abby asked Seth, already fairly certain of his answer. He shook his head in response.
You.
He inquired. Nope, she responded flatly. Both of them watched Sam, knowing that he was their last hope for finding a trail to follow to find Courtney. Seth took her hand in his, squeezing it gently.
He'll find something.
He told her gently.
That's one of the great things about Sam. He never gives up.
Abby nodded silently, praying that he was right. She didn't want to face a future without her best friend. When her phone started jingling with the mystical wind chimes that indicated an incoming call from Annie, Abby immediately picked up. Hi, Annie. She didn't want to sound too paranoid, but she also wanted to cut right to the chase in case something else was wrong. Is everything okay with Anna? After a brief chat, she hung up her cell phone and gave Seth the gist of the conversation. Courtney dropped Buster and Tabitha off with Mr. Finley this morning, and left a note for Annie asking her to take care of them until she could find them permanent homes. She told Annie in the letter that she wouldn't be able to take them where she is going. Even repeating the news, she still found it almost impossible to believe. I am shocked that she left that stupid cat behind. At Seth's wide-eyed nod of agreement, she added, She's really not coming back, is she? Seth's head nod slowly changed to a shake. They sat in silence for a few minutes, lost in their own thoughts. Sam punched the screen to end his call and walked back to the porch. As Seth had predicted, Sam had found a lead.
I have a former address.
He informed them, as he plopped down on the porch step where they were sitting. That was fast, Abby beamed at him, amazed by his ability to get things done. Sam nodded once to acknowledge her praise, but he had moved into business mode.
You two head to this address.
He handed Seth the scrap of paper where he had scrawled the address.
It's only a couple of hours away. I'll hold down the fort here by making sure things are covered at the restaurant, then I'll pick up Anna from Crazy Granny Annie.
He paused to smile at the silly nickname that so appropriately described his daughter's godmother. You sure you can handle everything? Abby seemed a little uncertain about leaving him with so much responsibility. You've never watched Anna all by yourself before. Maybe we should take her with us, she tried.
We'll be fine.
Sam reassured her before dipping down for a quick kiss.
Besides, it will give us some quality daddy-daughter bonding time.
Abby still seemed reluctant to leave, so Sam smiled down at her.
Go find our friend and bring her home.
He instructed as he gently rubbed his hand behind her neck.
I'll miss you desperately.
He growled before kissing her hungrily. Deciding he needed to get Abby moving before his brother tried to get her naked and ravage her again, on the front porch this time, Seth grabbed her hand and gave it a firm tug. The two lovebirds stretched their necks to let the kiss linger, but Seth's insistent pull finally broke them apart. They looked longingly at each other and mouthed the words, I love you, as Seth backed his Jeep past Abby's Volvo and Sam's Porsche and maneuvered out of the driveway.
You two are disgusting,
Seth informed her as he shifted the gear to drive away. He gave her a sideways grin and wink to let her know he was only teasing, but she didn't notice. She was pressing two fingertips to her freshly kissed lips and merely muttered, him to his barb. Seth shook his head, thinking how wonderful it would be to be that oblivious and happy. Maybe one of these days, I'll find someone who wants to stay with me, he decided hopefully. He had been questioning the logic of chasing after Courtney when she obviously didn't want to be found, but something inside him urged him on. He was confident that they would find her, but he couldn't help wondering about what her reaction would be when they did. What if she really didn't want them to come after her? What if she turned him away? What if she didn't care about him, the way he cared about her? These burning questions looped in Seth's mind as he drove, but he kept coming back to one solid answer. Courtney's worth the risk. The answer both thrilled him and scared the heck out of him. When they arrived at the address Sam had given them, Abby and Seth sat in the Jeep for a bit, both of them feeling nervous about what they might find or not find here. Finally deciding it was time, they stepped over a couple of toppled bikes, a long-forgotten garden hose, and various broken bricks as they approached the dilapidated trailer. Raising a hand in preparation to knock on the peeling front door, Abby heard a deep-voiced woman yelling,
"Get out of the darn way, you good-for-nothing piece of garbage."
Her heart broke, not only for the person on the other side of the door who was being treated this way, but also for Courtney, who had likely suffered through this type of verbal and mental abuse. She had known that Court had endured a difficult childhood, but her friend had never shared any of the details about why she had felt the need to run away from home at such a young age. Not wanting to pry, Abby had never asked any questions. She had always assumed that Court would tell her about it, if and when she was ready. Now, she was beginning to wonder if she should have prodded her a little. After rapping at the door, it was silent for quite a while. Knowing that someone was inside, Abby knocked again, a little more forcefully this time.
"Go away."
The woman's voice she had heard earlier responded. Seth cleared his throat.
We just need a moment of your time, please, ma'am.
His politeness must have earned them some brownie points, because the door swung open forcefully.
"What do you want?"
The question came out as one word. The woman who had answered the door was skin and bones. Her tattered robe was hanging open to reveal baggy shorts and a stained tank top. Her greasy hair hung just below her shoulders, and she was holding a very large bottle of brown liquor. The odor emanating from the woman and her house made Abby take an involuntary step backward, nearly causing her to topple into Seth, who was standing directly behind her. A filthy young girl wrapped her arms around the woman's knee before popping her thumb back into her mouth. The woman jerked her leg as if to shoo away the child, but the girl held firm. Abby couldn't help staring at the wide-eyed child, wondering if Courtney had been treated this way as a child. If she had, it was no wonder that she had wanted to leave and never speak of this place or her family again. Stepping forward, Seth held out a hand and introduced himself and Abby to the woman. She was eyeing him suspiciously, but Seth flashed his perfect grin at her and it swiftly worked its magic. After shaking his hand, she tucked her greasy locks behind her ear while smiling back at him, revealing a gaping hole where one of her front teeth should have been. Seth looked at her like she was the prettiest thing he had ever laid eyes upon, as he said,
We were hoping you would be so kind as to share some of your knowledge with us.
The woman remained silent, so he continued.
We are looking for a woman who lived here as a child.
He held up his cell phone with a recent snapshot of Courtney.
"Those people in trouble with the law, or something?"
She asked. Seth tilted his head but didn't respond, so she went on.
"I don't know what else I could tell you. I already told the lady that was here earlier, looking for the other girl, everything I know."
Abby jumped in at this. "There was a lady here earlier?" she asked excitedly. The woman scowled at Abby, as if noticing her presence for the first time.
"I ain't running no darn charity. You want information, it will cost ya."
She directed a beady-eyed glare at Abby. Deciding that she was not helping matters, Abby took another step backward as Seth pulled out his wallet. He retrieved 3 crisp $100 bills and handed them to the woman.
A little compensation for us barging in unannounced and bothering you with all of these pesky questions.
He smiled at her, turning up the charm again, and from the return grin she gave him, it appeared that all was forgiven. She tucked the bills into her robe pocket before saying,
"You know, I might be willing to give you some information for free if you were to join me in my boudoir for a couple of rounds."
She waggled her pencil-thin eyebrows at Seth.
That's a lovely offer, but we are in a bit of a hurry.
Seth managed to look slightly disappointed that he didn't have more time.
If you could tell us about the lady that was here earlier, we'd be mighty appreciative.
For some reason, he was speaking with a slightly southern drawl. Abby suspected he didn't want to leave the woman any clues about how to find him later.
"It was that there lady whose picture was on your phone,"
she confirmed, and Abby had to work to contain her whoop of excitement.
Wonderful.
Seth encouraged her.
What did you tell her?
"I told her all I know. The little girl that used to live here, Macy, went off to some fancy schmancy college. Pretty sure it was called Miami, but not the one down in Florida. The other one, in Ohio.
You've been most helpful.
Seth beamed at her like she was the prettiest flower in the garden.
Is there anything else we should know?
Yep, one more thing.
She batted her lashes at him with what Abby thought she must consider her come-hither look.
You come on back here when you're ready to have some fun.
She dragged out the last word as she reached up to fondle one of her tiny breasts under the tank top. Deciding to get out of there before things progressed any further, Seth and Abby hightailed it back to the Jeep.
Thank you, ma'am.
Seth called over his shoulder without bothering to look back. As soon as they closed the Jeep's doors, they both burst into uncontrollable laughter. For a while there, I thought you were going to have to become her sex slave to get any information out of her, Abby told him.
Can you even imagine how filthy her bedroom is?
Seth shuddered. I have a mental image of her boudoir now. Thanks a lot for that, Abby retorted. Ready to go to college? She asked as he started the Jeep.
Absolutely, let's go find our sweet Courtney.
They found a parking spot and started walking through campus, neither of them certain of exactly what they were looking for. Finding Courtney or her car would be ideal, but that was probably not in the cards. The logical thing would be to find Macy, but they didn't know anything useful about her that would help them seek her out. The two of them wandered aimlessly around the picturesque grounds for a good while, hoping to stumble upon something that would give them a lead. They watched kids file out of one of the stately brick buildings. They really did look like kids. When did college students start looking so young? Seth wondered. Just as Seth was getting ready to say maybe they should find a hotel and call it a day, a young lady in a red rain slicker caught Abby's eye. She pointed out the girl, saying that she wasn't sure what it was, but something seemed familiar about the graceful way in which she moved. Let's follow her, she suggested to Seth, deciding to go with her gut since that was all they had anyway. Being his usual agreeable self, Seth set off after her without asking any questions. He and Abby walked arm in arm in companionable silence as they trailed the stranger. You're a fab stalking partner, Abby informed him, making him grin down at her. Seeing his perfectly straight grin made her miss Sam's slightly crooked one even more than she already did. If she were to be brutally honest with herself, she would have to admit that when she thought Sam had cheated on her this morning, she had briefly wondered if she had chosen the wrong brother. Seth was quite a catch, after all. Even before she figured out that Sutton Davis was the cheater, though, she had determined that she had made the right call. Even if things were to end with Sam right now, she wouldn't be willing to give up one cherished moment of her time spent with him. She truly believed in her heart that he was her soulmate. Right then and there, she vowed not to be so quick to jump to conclusions that her husband was cheating. Just because he used to be a player did not mean that he was still one. She needed to start believing in and trusting her man. He had proven himself to be loyal repeatedly, and she intended to have more faith in him going forward. As unbelievable as it seemed that he had chosen her, he had, and she was going to start unquestioningly basking in his adoration of her. Throughout the day, she had been wondering if Seth and Courtney were supposed to end up together. They were both terrific people, and they each meant the world to her. If the two of them could make it work, she would be thrilled. They both deserved to find the kind of happiness that she and Sam had discovered with each other. For Seth and Courtney to be able to enjoy their happily ever after ending, they needed to find Courtney and bring her home, though. Abby worried her lip and her teeth as they followed the young woman, who now had her hood up to ward off the misting rain. She silently prayed that her hunch would turn out to be correct, and that this girl would lead them to her best friend, who must be hurting and miserable to have left home the way she did. While Abby's thoughts were consumed with finding Courtney and bringing her home, Seth was growing more concerned with every passing moment that Court might not want to come home. She had made the conscious decision to leave, and she might not appreciate them tracking her down and insisting that she return to them. She left for a reason. What if that reason was to get away from me? Seth tried to squelch the persistent worry, but it just wouldn't go away. He considered himself to be one of the good guys, so he wasn't at all sure why women never seemed to choose him. He had endured numerous humiliating occasions when a beautiful woman opted to spend the night redacted in Sam's arms, rather than on a romantic date with him. He was used to playing second fiddle to his twins' rakish, bad boy demeanor, which was evidently irresistible to the ladies. Abby represented his ultimate loss to his brother. Seth had found her first, and he had truly believed they were falling for each other. They had passionately and tenderly redacted, but in addition to that, they honestly enjoyed simply spending time with each other, talking, laughing, or just hanging out together in comfortable silence. He had been beginning to believe that his relationship with Abby might be the real deal, until he turned his back for a moment and his brother had swooped in, stole Abby's heart and body, and married the woman Seth had chosen. He had struggled to get over the emotional blow of Sam and Abby's betrayal. Even though he had pretended to be okay with it, seeing no other option, he had been deeply hurt. Actually, he had been beyond hurt. He had been utterly devastated. It had been nearly impossible to pretend to be normal and okay with their relationship, when it was actually ripping him apart to see the two of them together. Courtney had been the sweet relief that had helped him begin to heal, and now she had chosen to leave him as well. Was he truly that repulsive? How could his brother get away with treating women like disposable playthings until Abby came along, and the ladies all seemed to find him to be irresistible? Yet allowing Seth to dote on them and truly care about them was somehow repellent to women. It just didn't make sense. The problem couldn't be his looks, because he was the mirror image of his lady-killing twin. He had a great sense of humor, which women always claim that they crave in a man. He even liked to go shopping, a trait which he understood to be a rarity among his peers. His work as a boat builder kept him fit and strong. While he wasn't extremely wealthy, he didn't want for anything. If he cared about a woman, he would treat her like a queen. That only left one thing: there must be something about his personality that turned women off. He had thought that having his brother off the market would help his chances of finding love, but apparently even that advantage wasn't enough to make him desirable to women. What would it take to make someone love him? Would he ever get his moment in the sun when someone would actually choose him? Numerous times he tried to curb his negative thoughts, but the self-conscious fears that had been building for a lifetime refused to go away. He looked at the back of the red-hooded figure they were following, and sent up a silent prayer that she would lead him to his future. He had waited long enough. It was his turn to find happiness. They followed the red-jacketed figure into a trendy coffee house. She slipped behind the counter before smoothly removing her rain slicker, hanging it on a peg, and donning her dark blue barista apron. Her long golden hair was pulled back into a loose bun, but there was no denying her coloring was remarkably similar to Courtney's. Seth and Abby scanned the other faces in the room, hoping to find their friend. Coming up empty, they approached the counter to get a closer look at the young lady they had followed here in hopes of finding some leads.
Hi.
She smiled brightly at them in an open and friendly manner. She obviously had no idea that they had followed her here. There was something about her that was incredibly familiar, but Seth couldn't quite put his finger on exactly what it was. Not wanting to stare too long and arouse her suspicion, Seth cleared his throat.
Hi.
He finally answered.
Could we get 2 hot teas, please?
Good day for it.
She pointed out the windows to the gray sky before going about the business of making their tea. Seth paid and grabbed their steaming cups before leading Abby to a nearby table. All Abby could seem to do was stare at the young girl.
You're going to make her uncomfortable,
Seth warned her. There's just something about her, Abby responded, finally tearing her eyes away to begin doctoring her tea with cream and raw cane sugar. They both immediately whipped their heads toward the sound of the girl's high, tinkling laughter, which came in response to an elderly patron's teasing. That giggle left little doubt in either of their minds that they had found the right student. It was uncanny how much it sounded like Courtney. Abby smiled, confident that they had miraculously stumbled onto the right track. Seth wrinkled his nose as she proceeded to dump a hefty dose of half and half into her mug.
That's barely recognizable as tea,
he commented, peering warily into her cup. She almost retorted that he used to not have any problems with it. He had even made it for her before just the way she liked it. Thankfully, she caught herself before speaking, because that would likely serve as a reminder to both of them of the night she had spent with him, redacted his Airstream trailer. He had fixed breakfast for her after they had enjoyed a night of recklessly wild and redacted, during which she had experienced the first redacted of her life, several of them in fact. It was definitely for the best not to bring up that taboo topic. She shook her head, trying to rid it of the super steamy yet highly inappropriate memories. Would the awkwardness of their naughty past ever subside? Probably not, she decided. Some things are just too outlandish to ever be forgotten. The jingling of her cell phone interrupted Abby's wayward thoughts. When she saw Annie's name on the display, she answered immediately, her heart hammering in her chest with concern that something might be wrong with her sweet baby. Annie quickly assured her that nothing was wrong, so Abby smiled at Seth, letting him know that everything was fine at home. After finishing her chat with Annie and hanging up, Abby recapped the conversation for Seth. She's thrilled to be watching her sweet dolly love, and says to stay here as long as we need to. She also warned me not to even think about coming home until we capture Courtney and bring her home. They both chuckled at Annie's consistently unique word choices. As if they had somehow summoned her, a tiny hooded figure positioned herself in front of their table, effectively blocking their view of the barista they had followed here. "What are you two doing here?" she hissed through clenched teeth. An overwhelming feeling of relief swept through Seth's body as he immediately recognized Courtney, despite the rain jacket's hood that was drawn down low over her face. The beaming smile and tear glistening in Abby's eye indicated that she recognized their friend as well. Only a woman could smile and cry at the same time. Seth shook his head in amusement, before turning his full attention to Courtney. "We came to find you and bring you home," Abby informed her. "Didn't I ask you not to try to find me?" Courtney asked. At the hurt look on her friend's face, she softened her words. "I'm glad you care about me enough to go to all the trouble to find me, and I'd like to know how you did that." She paused to smile at them. "But I have some serious issues I need to deal with. There is nothing I'd like to do more than go home with you, if I could do that with a clear conscience, but it is time for me to pay the piper for what I have done."
You left your sister behind.
Seth guessed.
But she seems to have turned out just fine. Better than fine, actually.
He gestured behind the counter toward the perky and preppy young lady in question. "It's not just that," Courtney told him sadly, her eyes downcast. She looked so small and sad with the hood still covering most of her face. "You have no idea what I'm capable of, what I've done." "It doesn't matter." Abby reached for her hand. "We love you unconditionally, and we will help you through this, no matter what it is." Courtney gave her a watery-eyed smile, before shaking her head and running outside. The drizzling rain had stopped, so she yanked the hood back. When Seth and Abby joined her in front of the coffee shop, she turned on them. "You both need to go. I'll be in touch as soon as I possibly can, but it will be a while. It's time for me to pay retribution for the sins of my past." Seth didn't understand her cryptic response, but he knew he wasn't going to like where this was going. Deciding to put a stop to it, he laid his heart on the line.
Don't leave me, Court. I need you.
He didn't care that Abby was hearing him open up about his feelings for Courtney. Being vulnerable was a new sensation to him, but it wasn't nearly as horrible as he had imagined. He was fairly certain that once Courtney understood the depth of his feelings for her, that she would come home with him. It wasn't conceitedness behind his assuredness. He just truly believed that deep down inside her, Courtney felt the same way about him. Letting that knowledge bolster his confidence, he decided to jump all in.
I have fallen in love with you, Court.
It was the first time he had said it to her, and he meant it. She was spunky and smart and funny and gorgeous and sweet. The list went on and on. His heart was hammering in his chest as he waited for her reaction to his proclamation. Unfortunately, it wasn't at all what he had hoped for. She started shaking her head and backing away from him. His first reaction was to reach out to her, but she pulled her arm back like she had been burned, not wanting his touch. "No." Seth looked to Abby, uncertain of what to say or do. She bugged her eyes out at him, obviously as stunned as he was by Courtney's frosty response. The trio stood in silence for a bit, Abby and Seth wearing similar pained expressions. "You don't understand," Court finally told them. "I just wanted to see her. She'll never forgive me. I just had to make sure she's okay before I..." She let the sentence linger, obviously not wanting to finish it. Taking a deep breath, she forged on. "Before I turn myself in, I'm going to prison." Courtney. The surprised looks on their faces were nothing less than what I had expected and dreaded seeing, a horrid mixture of shock, pity, and disgust. I had been hoping to avoid telling them, or even having them know. Why did they have to follow me? It warmed my heart that they went to all the effort to hunt me down, and I was rather shocked that it didn't take them longer to do so. I'm guessing Sam must have had something to do with that. Seth and Abby are two of the people that I care most about on earth, and I had managed to hurt and stun them. I guess my perfect record for messing up everything I touch remains intact. If only I had been able to just leave without them finding out my shameful secrets, everything would have been much better. The idea of hurting them by running away with no warning physically pains me, but the humiliation of the two of them knowing what I am capable of, what I have seen and done, is overwhelming. I felt like burrowing into a hole and never coming out, but this was not a new sensation for me. The depth of my shame, however, was at an entirely new level. I have known for a long time that I am a horrible person, capable of unspeakable things. With Abby and Seth, I had been able to hide that side of myself. My facade was crashing down around me now, though, and there was absolutely nothing I could do to stop it. Even running from it hadn't helped. There was no more denying what I am, a criminal of the worst order, a ruthless murderer. Just thinking the words made me shudder. I had compartmentalized that part of myself for so long, not allowing myself to even think about it, lest it consume my every thought. It felt wrong to be openly thinking about it now. I had successfully hidden that dark, dangerous side of myself from those closest to me, and now they were about to see the deep ugliness that comprised the real me. My desperate battle to conceal my true self was about to be blown to bits. My two closest allies, the only two people in the world who truly cared about me, were about to find out what kind of despicable person I really was. The thought frightened me beyond reason. I didn't want to lose them, yet I knew it would be best for them to let me go. The clean break I had attempted hadn't worked. It had been a cowardly approach, anyway. It was time to confess my sins and begin to pay my penance. The thin ray of hope that I might be able to rekindle my relationship with the two of them in later years was about to be dashed. Neither of them would want anything to do with me once they knew the truth about who I am and what I have done. Finally speaking, Seth jumped in to try to save me, of course.
Whatever it is, we'll hire the best lawyers around and get it taken care of.
I was touched that he had that much faith in me and was so willing to help, but he didn't yet know the truth about what I had done. Once he did, he would be appalled and want nothing to do with me. I definitely don't want to stick around to see that, which is why I left. I shook my head at the sad infinite loop that was whirling in my brain. The only possible outcome from this horrible situation was losing the people I cared most about, and I just couldn't stand to watch it happen. They, however, evidently weren't going to be content to allow me to leave with a modicum of pride left. It was starting to feel like in order to extricate myself from their lives, I was going to have to confess to them the secrets of my past, and that was the last thing I wanted to do. I had hoped to leave them with fond memories of me, but even those were about to be tainted, so much for leaving gracefully. My mind raced frantically, searching for any way to avoid telling them. Running away had failed miserably. It was tempting to firmly refuse to tell them. After all, they couldn't make me share anything with them. Looking into Seth's pleading eyes, I knew that I couldn't go that route. Even after I had ran away from Seth, his gaze still softened when he looked at me. He had even proclaimed his love for me. I wished I could freeze this moment in time to bask in it forever, but alas, that wasn't meant to be. He deserved to know the truth about me, so he could move on guilt-free and not have to wonder about me. Once he knew the extent of my sins, he'd never give me another thought. He deserved the kind of closure that the truth would give him, so did Abby. I took a deep breath, willing myself to be brave enough to finally share my deepest, darkest secrets. Closing my eyes, I tried to formulate the words in my head. Finally deciding there wasn't a good way to say it, I determined just to blurt it all out in a flurry, sort of a rip-the-bandage-off-quickly approach. Opening my mouth and my eyes at once, my voice stalled before I could say anything. My sweet, beautiful sister had just stepped outside. She was carrying her rain jacket since the sky had cleared. All three of us gaped at her as she took a deep cleansing breath, smiled, and began to walk past us. Obviously not bothered by our gawking, she said kindly.
What a gorgeous evening to be sent home early from work. The clean smell in the air just after a rain is so refreshing.
We stared back at her dumbly, uncertain of how to respond. I finally regained my wits enough to nod at her. It was Seth who spoke first, and when he did, I felt like kicking him in the shin, hard.
This is your sister.
His words were rushed as he pointed me out to her. She stopped in her tracks, a stunned look on her face. Tears automatically welled in my eyes, unwanted. I hadn't meant to let her know who I was. I didn't want to cause her any pain. I had just hoped to see her and make sure she was okay, quietly and from a distance, not like this. Seth had ruined the plan to unobtrusively check on her before silently backing out of her life again. Now my sweet innocent sister was being reminded of the pain that I had caused her. The pain that I seemed to bring along in my wake everywhere I go. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at me. I was so ashamed of myself as she looked at me that I felt like running far away, for good this time. She deserved so much better than what I had given her.
Courtney,
she finally asked, her voice croaky. I nodded, the unshed tears beginning to overflow. An overwhelming mixture of love, shame, and sadness were swirling within me. I wanted to speak. I had so much that I should say to her, but I couldn't find the right words to convey my sorrow and regret. She was looking at me with wide, beautiful eyes. Her face held a mixture of fear and awe, like she was gazing upon the Loch Ness monster. A monster is likely exactly how she sees me, and it's what I deserve, I decided. We stood in silence for a long while. Seth shuffled from one foot to the other numerous times, likely regretting the rash decision to force this unexpected and unwanted family reunion. Finally, Macy spoke.
Is it really you, Court?
She reached a hand out toward my face, making me twitch backward involuntarily. I didn't want her to be nice to me. I didn't deserve it. If she were to be kind to me, I would desperately want to forge a relationship with her. If the window of opportunity for getting to know her was to open in the slightest, I probably wouldn't be able to hold myself back, but she deserved better than to be saddled with the shame of having her criminal sister behind bars. She would probably feel like she needed to come visit me, even though she didn't want to, and I couldn't stand the idea of creating even more of a burden on her than I already had. She slowly dropped her hand after my rebuttal of her offered touch. I couldn't trust my voice, and I didn't want my slow trickle of tears to turn into a complete outburst, mostly because I wasn't at all sure that I would be able to stop once I started. I settled for nodding in confirmation that I was the person in question.
I can't believe it.
Her voice had a dreamlike quality, as if she wasn't certain if this was really happening. It was probably her worst nightmare coming true right before her eyes. I'm sorry to have bothered you, I informed her in a shaky voice. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I turned to leave, uncertain of what else to say. I hadn't intended to talk to her, and no words seemed to suffice.
Wait.
She grabbed my upper arm.
You can't leave.
I stared at her hand clasped around my arm, amazed that she was willing to touch me at all. She kept me in a firm grip, and I wondered if the fury and outrage were building inside her, frothing for release. I braced myself for the onslaught that was likely to come. Even though I deserved it, I still didn't want to face it, nor did I want Seth and Abby to witness it. Knowing that venting her anger would be cathartic for Macy, I stood tall and waited for her to unleash it on me. Instead of screeching at me in unbridled rage or seething at me through clenched teeth, her face turned soft.
We looked for you for so long.
I was surprised by her tone, but not by her words. I had assumed that I was on several most wanted lists. How could I not be after what I had done? I know, I told her. I'm going to take care of that. I just wanted to see you first, from a respectable distance. I narrowed my gaze pointedly at Seth when I uttered the last words. He at least had the decency to look sheepish about his decision to force this interaction with my sibling.
From a respectable distance?
She looked both perplexed and hurt.
I'm so glad you didn't keep your distance. I have so much to say to you.
Here it comes, I realized sadly, steeling myself once more for her impending outburst. There wasn't anything I could say to defend myself, and I didn't blame her for hating me. I watched her trying to formulate appropriate scathing words. She was adorable, even in anger. She looked similar to me in many ways, but less harsh and more innocent. Thankfully, her eyes didn't look like they had seen the horrors that mine had. My only prayer was that I had at least given her freedom from that. I had done what I felt like I had to do, for both of us, and I was prepared to suffer the consequences for those actions. My sole hope had always been that I had given her some relief from the abusive adolescence that I had endured. From her fresh-faced, trusting gaze, it appeared that I had at least given her that. My long, tedious years in prison could now be spent being thankful that I had at least gotten one thing right in my life. If I had made things one iota better for my sister, then it was absolutely worth it. Macy's eyes lit up with a new idea.
I have to call Mom.
No. The word burst out of me with more vehemence than I intended, making Macy's head jerk back in surprise. Please, I tried to soften my reaction. I'm not ready to face her. The idea of seeing my mother glaring at me, hatred filling her eyes over what I had done, made my stomach clench as a wave of queasiness swept over me. I would much rather face the wrath of police and prison guards than the disappointed, cold stare my mother would be likely to greet me with before she went for my jugular. Macy's eyes were wide with unasked questions, but she nodded in agreement before dragging me by the arm back into the coffee shop.
We need to talk,
she informed me firmly. I turned to look at Seth and Abby, but their goofy grins offered no reprieve from my sister's intention to hash things out right now. Seeing no other choice, I allowed her to lead me to a corner booth with the other two trailing behind us. Seth went to the counter to order us hot beverages as we settled into the table, and I realized that this was really about to happen. Darn it. Wait. He's not dead. Macy had just floored me with the news that my stepfather had survived my attack.
Well, he might be by now,
Macy admitted.
It's not like we keep tabs on him. I haven't seen him since you left.
I was completely flabbergasted, so much so that my mouth was literally hanging open. I brought my lower lip up to close it, but it dropped back down as if it had a mind of its own. I probably looked like a fish out of water, but my mind was whirling too furiously to control it. I thought I killed him. I said the words quietly. All of these years, I thought that I had killed him. For some reason, I turned to Seth as I repeated these words. I had been expecting him to have a look of horror at finding out he was sitting next to someone who thought she was capable of murder, but what I found on his face was pure sympathy and tenderness. I didn't deserve either. Well, I tried to kill him, so I guess that's just as bad. The odd mixture of relief, surprise, and disappointment that was zinging through my system wouldn't allow me to let myself off the hook for what I had attempted to do. Whoa, let's back this train up a little bit. It was Abby who had spoken. She turned to look directly at me. Who did you think you killed? And what did he do to deserve it? I loved that she automatically assumed that my actions had been justified. She was the kind of best friend who truly had my back. She would help me bury the metaphorical body in the woods, without asking any questions. I'd never before had anyone who trusted me fully and unconditionally. Now it seemed that I had two people that felt that way about me. When Seth spoke, he proved that he had unwavering faith in me as well.
You better fill us in on the details, so I can go finish this guy off for hurting you.
I smiled sadly at his chivalry. It was a new sensation to have people believe in me, even when confronted with my significant flaws and past mistakes. I had lived in fear for so long that someone would find out what I had done. Now it was all coming out in the open, and somehow, miraculously, they were still here, looking at me as if they still cared about me. It was more than I had ever dared to hope for. I kept waiting for what I had done to sink in with them, certain they would realize that I wasn't worthy of their compassion and care. They would surely bolt as far away from me as they could, once they knew the full story. People in their right minds wouldn't choose to stand by my side. Spill it. Abby decided they had waited long enough to hear my story. My eyes landed on each of them. I wanted to remember them like this, when they still looked at me with kindness in their eyes rather than disgust, possibly even fear. I tried to imprint this feeling of having them on my side into my brain and heart, to hold on to once they knew the truth about me, and I no longer had them. So, I took a deep breath, unsure exactly where to start. My eyes landed on Macy. I wasn't sure how much of this she knew. We had lived in the same house, but I had done everything in my power to protect her from the horrors I faced each night. I was getting ready to shatter her innocence, as well as any fond memories of me that she might still hold. It was distressing to do this, but I didn't see another alternative. Our stepfather used to abuse me, I admitted quietly. Seth immediately sat up straighter, his nostrils flaring in barely contained rage. I loved his protective instincts, and wished that some miracle would allow him to still care about me after I shared my full story. I had never talked about this with anyone before. The one time I had attempted to reach out for help, my school counselor, Mrs. Renault, had let my mother placate her into believing she would take care of the situation. Of course she hadn't, other than to yell at me for sharing our family business with a stranger. The bitterness over my mother's betrayal, as well as the aloofness of the school counselor I had confided in, still coursed through my veins. The people who should have protected me had failed miserably. All three of my table mates were looking at me, waiting for me to continue, and I had no idea what to say. After an extended silence, I took a deep breath and jumped in. He used to come into my room late at night. Seth inhaled sharply at my revelation. Abby and Macy both had a greenish pallor, like they might be ill at any moment. I decided to rush forward, knowing that if I stopped, I wouldn't be able to continue. I'd lie in my bed each night, praying that he would be too drunk to stumble down the hallway to find me. Sometimes I lucked out and he would pass out before heading in my direction. I paused. Talking about this for the first time was making the memories feel more fresh and real than I had allowed them to be in a long time. I had managed to shove them into a compartment of my brain, almost as if it had all happened to someone else, some other version of me that no longer existed in my reality. Telling my story made the wounds feel real and raw once more. It was incredibly unsettling. Ripping the bandage off completely, I continued. The sound of his belt unbuckling would make me freeze in terror, knowing that he was either going to beat me, rape me, or his personal favorite both. Seth slammed his fist into the table, causing us to jump and numerous patrons to look our way in distaste.
I'll kill him,
He seethed. That was my plan, I smiled sadly. I was petrified of him, and I dreamed of leaving, but I couldn't stand the idea of leaving Macy with him to bear the brunt of his abuse. I turned to her. I wanted to take you with me so much, but I didn't have a way to take care of you to make sure you survived. I wasn't as concerned about my survival.
It's okay,
She reassured me, squeezing my hand warmly. I didn't feel worthy of her forgiveness. I wanted to run away, but I had to make sure that he wouldn't hurt you once I left. One night, I finally snapped. When he started fumbling with his giant metal belt buckle, I reached for my bedside lamp, which I had unplugged in anticipation that one day I would find the courage to stand up to him. When he lowered himself to my bed, I crashed it over his head. He had a look of shock in his eyes as he glared at me with blood trickling down his forehead, as if he never dreamed that I might actually find it within myself to fight back. I should have known that my little lamp wouldn't be enough to knock out the giant brute. I had to stop speaking for a bit. The retelling of the terror was affecting me, both mentally and physically. I drew my mug of tea towards my lips, but ended up setting it back down without taking a sip because my hand was shaking so violently that I feared I might spill the still hot beverage. You're okay, Abby reminded me, seeing the toll that sharing my story was taking on me. Seth gently rubbed his hand back and forth across my tense shoulders. His steady touch provided a physical reminder that I was here with the three people whom I truly loved, and that I was safe. Allowing his touch to ground me in reality, I went on. My feeble attempt to knock him out only served to make him more angry. He liked it when I fought back, so I usually tried to avoid giving him that extra pleasure. Seth growled under his breath at this revelation. I had never before seen this streak of violence in him, and it touched me that it was surfacing out of a sense of protection for me, even though there was no way he, or anyone else, could save my younger self from the damage that had been done. When he started whipping me with the belt, he was particularly enraged, likely due to my act of rebellion. Usually he made sure the welts were in places that would be hidden by my clothes, but on that last night he lost control, striking me anywhere and everywhere. Abby and Macy both had wells of tears glistening in their eyes, as they listened to me reliving the unspeakable savagery I had faced during my adolescence. All three of them sat in silence, waiting for me to continue with the graphic circumstances surrounding my decision to run away from home. I knew it wasn't anything that any of them wanted to hear, but I was in too deep to stop now. When the whip lashed across the side of my head, I could feel the ringing in my ears. I was dizzy and praying for the oblivion that I knew passing out would provide. I likely would have wished for my own death, but I didn't want him to turn his lurid attention your way. I turned to Macy when I said the last part, and found her expression to be horrified. "Oh, Court." It was Abby who had spoken, her face crestfallen. I didn't want their sympathy. They didn't yet know the whole story about what I had done in retaliation. Once they did, they would see me as the violent delinquent that I was, and always will be. Fixing up the outside of my body might have fooled them for a while, but what I am inside was bound to show through at some point. Apparently, that time had arrived. Inhaling a shaky breath, I went on. One of my eyes was swollen shut. The tiny part of my brain that was holding on to rational thought knew that if I was going to fight back in any way, I needed to do it before he blinded my other eye or beat me unconscious. He was particularly violent that night. Some small, apparently crazy side of me held a flicker of hope that my mother would hear us and come to help me. That didn't happen, of course.
Court, I'm sure she didn't know, or she would have saved you from him.
Macy quickly defended our mother's inaction. I vehemently disagreed with this statement. Mother had to have been aware of what was going on under her own roof. She just chose to ignore it. I doubted if I would ever be able to forgive her for her apathy regarding my abuse. Even growing up in the environment in which I did, I always knew that a parent was not supposed to stand by in indifference while someone harmed her child. It just wasn't right. Deciding this was not the time or place to address my significant and likely insurmountable issues with our mother, I slowly shook my head at Macy, effectively letting her know this topic was taboo for now. It might always be off limits. I wasn't ready to talk about or even think about forgiving the woman who should have protected me from the violence and abuse of my past. She had completely failed me. My innocence had been ripped away while she stood idly by. It was unforgivable. The others were looking at me, evidently waiting to hear the finale to my traumatizing story. We sat in complete silence for a long while. They were either too polite to interrupt my train of thought, or more likely, they had absolutely no idea what to say. What could be said? It was a dreadful phase of my life, with no redeeming qualities. It continued to haunt me every hour of every day, following me everywhere. There wasn't anything that could be said to make it better. All three of them had pained looks on their faces. I knew Abby and Seth were probably desperate to find a way to fix this for me, but it couldn't be done. I hated that I was making them feel so helpless, but it hadn't been my choice to put them in this awkward position. The decision to share my story had been forced upon me, and I was in too deep now not to finish. I couldn't leave them hanging like that. I opened my mouth, and the rehashing of my sad past began tumbling out once more. The sudden rush of my words startled Macy, making her jump visibly, but she quickly recovered. So, he was lashing me all over with the belt. I curled into a ball to protect as much of myself as possible. He whipped me over and over, demanding that I apologize for knocking him over the head with the lamp. I bit my tongue, refusing to give in to his request. It infuriated him further that I didn't comply with his demanded apology. Even though I had regularly relived these memories in my mind, voicing them out loud made them feel more fresh and real than I normally allowed. When talking about it and seeing the sympathetic faces of my companions, there was no denying that this had actually happened to me. It was not some figment of my dark imagination, as I sometimes tried to convince myself. I had come to the hardest part to share. Knowing that I needed to word this carefully, but uncertain how to say it in the least harmful way, I looked directly at Macy before continuing. Abruptly, the seemingly incessant whipping stopped. It was like a light bulb had turned on in the mouth-breather's mind. He had figured out the one way he hadn't yet harmed me, the only weapon he hadn't yet used. My table mates sat completely motionless, riveted to my every word. Not wanting to stop now for fear that I would break down, I forged on. I cringed, waiting for him to force himself on me. That night, he didn't follow the usual progression of events. I glossed over my expected violent rape, not wanting to shock them with the graphic details of that. Seth already looked like he might explode in fury at any moment. I was pretty sure he couldn't handle hearing the unsettling specifics of the violating sexual assaults I had endured on a regular basis. I looked down at the table, unable to face the others. Instead of climbing on top of me, he leaned down to sneer in my ear. Despite the constant ringing sound from the beating, his words and their meaning were crystal clear. Glancing at Macy, I quickly looked away again before going on. He told me that I was getting a little old for his taste anyway. I heard Macy's sharp intake of breath, but refused to look at her before finishing my confession. He said that he had noticed what a fine little, my voice started to break, but I swallowed the burning lump in my throat and forced myself to continue. He told me that he was starting to find Macy attractive. I amended his words, unable to repeat the disgusting words he had actually said. Seth's hands were clasped together, his knuckles white, likely in an effort to keep from punching something. I focused on his large, work-roughened hands as I struggled to finish. Something inside me snapped when he threatened to touch Macy. I turned to her then. I couldn't let him do that to you. I just couldn't. I could feel the impending tears trying to force their way out. Fighting them, I spoke quickly, trying to stall my inevitable breakdown. I reached my hand out blindly while he was still leaned down, telling me what he was going to do next. Finding a shard of glass from the broken lamp, I stabbed him in the neck with it. Recalling the messy scene and the smell of the blood made my stomach feel queasy. There was so much blood. It spurted everywhere. I thought for sure that I had killed him, I revealed. Facing Macy, I added, I thought I had protected you from him. Having finally shared my secret after all of these years, the tears erupted. To my surprise, all three of them reached for me in unison. I was immediately engulfed in an awkward, yet soothing, across the booth group hug. Unable to believe they weren't shunning me, I let my tears fall freely, quickly turning into what had to look like an ugly, blubbering mess. Once I began to calm a little, I uttered the words, I'm so sorry. The sentiment was meant for all three of them, but I made eye contact with Macy as I said it.
You saved me. I never realized that until now.
Macy looked thoughtful as we all disengaged from the group hug.
I thought you just left because you wanted to get away from us, away from me,
she added pensively. She appeared to be deep in thought as she continued.
Mom found Randy bleeding in your room. He told us that you had stabbed him when he tried to stop you from running away.
She spoke aloud as she worked the new information I had shared through the pre-existing scene in her brain. She lit up with realization.
Mom must have known that Randy wasn't being completely honest, because she dumped him at the hospital and told him never to come near us again. We went to the animal shelter and adopted our pit bull, Bugsy, the next day.
She smiled tenderly when she mentioned her dog.
Randy tried to come in a couple of times after that, but Bugsy barked and snarled like a maniac and scared him off. We haven't seen him since.
I had to bite my tongue to keep from pointing out that our mom had known all along what was going on, and she chose to turn a blind eye. Macy's youthful, innocent look proved that she had no idea what travesties our mother was capable of blatantly ignoring. It wasn't my place to ruin her opinion of our maternal figure. Given enough rope, the woman would likely metaphorically hang herself, I thought bitterly. Macy is smart enough to deduce on her own what happened. She went on, clearly unaware of the intense hatred I felt towards our mother.
Why didn't you just tell Mom what was happening?
She asked me logically. I tried, I informed her flatly. Softening slightly, I added, for a long time the oaf had me convinced that he would harm her if I told her. Macy nodded as if this explanation made sense. I opted not to tell her about my attempt to reach out for help with the school counselor, and our mother's subsequent squashing of that effort. This wasn't the time or place to drop that bombshell.
I always wondered if I did something to make you leave,
she told us sadly. Oh honey, no. I caressed her cheek. There hasn't been a single day that has passed when I didn't think about you, wonder how you were doing, and pray that you were okay. She nodded her head briskly.
I worried about you constantly too. We were so upset when you left, and we never gave up on the hope of finding you.
Some of her rising tears began to spill over her lower lids, tracing shiny trails down her cheeks.
"And here you are? I can't believe it,"
she gushed. I chose to ignore the "we" in her statements. Instead, I focused on her sentiments. I had never before allowed myself to believe that she might actually be happy to see me, her murderous sister, again. When she engulfed me in a spontaneous and rambunctious hug, my first instinct was to pull back from the overt show of affection. I forced myself not to shy away, and even managed to wrap my arms loosely around her in return. I wasn't used to openly sharing any tender emotions. Often, I was even hesitant to show Abby and Seth how much I cared. Macy's easy acceptance of me felt rather overwhelming, but not so much that I wanted to stop her. It felt awkward and uncomfortable to hug her. Strangely, it also made me feel rather warm and gooey inside. The mixture of emotions was confusing and strange and wonderful all at once.
"I'm so relieved to find out that I didn't do something that made you leave."
The furrow on Macy's brow began to dissipate. I shook my head back and forth, my eyes open wide, saddened to discover this sad and unintended consequence of my actions. I had never dreamed that Macy might feel at fault for my disappearance. She went on.
"But now I realize that your leaving saved me."
Sweet relief coursed through my veins. My number one fear had always been that I had left Macy to the same fate that I had suffered in our childhood home. Home is too much of a strong and loving word for the wretched place where we grew up, I decided, still shaking my head slightly as thoughts raced through my mind.
"Once you ran away, Mom realized what terrible choices she had been making and she changed. She quit drinking and doing drugs, cold turkey. She's been sober since the day you left,"
Macy assured me.
"She misses you so much, and so do I."
Macy smiled warmly at me before adding,
"She's going to be so excited to hear that you're back."
I could see where this was heading, and put my hand up to stop Macy. "I'm not ready to see her," I informed her. "I might never be," I added quietly. Macy nodded in acknowledgement, but I could sense that her wheels were turning to devise a plan to get us back together. I chose to ignore that for now.
"We never stopped looking for you, even though we didn't have much to go on,"
she informed me as she dug around under her shirt. Pulling out a thin gold necklace, she opened the locket to reveal a tiny picture of the two of us, freckle-faced and beaming at the zoo.
"Remember when Mom took us to the zoo and gave us these lockets for Christmas?"
I had always cherished my locket. It was a reminder of my one good childhood memory. Mom had been between boyfriends at the time, and she pulled both of us out of school one day for an impromptu visit to the zoo. The three of us had enjoyed an amazing day. Macy and I had been so excited on Christmas Day to wake up and find a tiny, hastily wrapped gift for each of us on the kitchen table. The beautiful lockets had served as the perfect reminder of that wonderful day. For that short period of time, it had almost seemed like we were a normal family. She had met Randy at a New Year's Eve party a week later, and that had quickly led to the end of our pretend normalcy. Pulling my matching locket out, I carefully opened the clasp. Staring at this picture had helped me survive many lonely nights. Our bright smiling faces in the photo were truly happy. This necklace was the sole positive reminder of my childhood, and I wore it next to my heart every day. We pressed our lockets together, before embracing each other in a long, sweet hug. "Okay, enough of this sappy stuff," I announced before adding, "I'm worn out from all of this emotion and sharing. We all need rest." Macy's face looked crestfallen.
"You're not leaving, are you?"
Her tone sounded panicked. Touched by her concern, I quickly said, "You're never getting rid of me." Her relieved smile assured me that my threat had sounded like a promise, just as I had intended. We vacated our booth, hugged again, exchanged contact info, and promised to meet for breakfast. Seth and Abby sandwiched me between them as we walked in the opposite direction of Macy. They both had an arm slung over my shoulders, but I felt like I could walk on air because the enormous constant burden that had been weighing me down as long as I could remember had been lifted from me. For the first time in many years, I felt almost happy. Since it was late and we had breakfast plans with Macy, we decided to find a hotel room nearby. During the walk back to our cars, we stumbled upon a small, quaint inn that looked like an ideal place to spend the night. The crusty gentleman at the front desk barely looked up from his newspaper, actually printed on paper, not the online version, before asking gruffly,
What do you need?
I cleared my throat before responding, "We'd like to see if you have any vacancy for tonight." He looked up at us then, peering through thick black glasses that made his blue eyes look enormous.
How many rooms?
He asked, studying us and trying to figure out our relationship. I paused before answering. 2. My response came out at the exact same time as Seth said.
3.
Hearing each other's answers, Seth and I turned to each other. He looked at me for a long moment, then his eyes shifted to Abby and back to me. Nodding as if gaining comprehension, he changed his answer.
We'd like 2 rooms, please.
The gruff grump behind the counter harumphed in answer and began processing the credit card Seth laid on the counter. Once we had our room keys, Seth offered to walk to the cars to collect our belongings. I handed him my car keys, explaining where it was parked. Then I described my overnight bag and its location in my packed clunker. He set off to retrieve our necessities, while Abby and I shuffled upstairs to find the rooms. Standing in the hallway outside of our adjacent rooms, I realized that I had a choice. Abby apparently realized it too, because she was staring at me expectantly. Door number 216 led to a night of giggling and reminiscing with my best friend, while Seth would toss and turn alone, wondering what our future held. Door number 218 would lead me to an emotional and passionate night in Seth's arms, while Abby would sleep peacefully, enjoying a rare night of slumber that was uninterrupted by her crying baby or the overt attention of her newlywed husband. I didn't have to think about it for long. Handing Abby her room key, I turned to head into room 218. Even though my back was turned, I could feel Abby's beaming and knowing smile as she said to me, "Have a great night." "We will," I promised her before sliding the keycard into the slot and slipping into Seth's room. Once inside, my nerves started wreaking havoc on my suddenly too rational brain. Seth had clearly thought I would be staying with Abby. What if he wanted me to stay with her? He has every right to be mad at me for leaving the way I did. What if he hasn't forgiven me? What if he doesn't ever forgive me? He wouldn't kick me out of his room, would he? I paced the empty room and worried my lip between my teeth. Trying to calm myself, I sat on the edge of the king-sized bed. I quickly jumped up when I realized I was sitting on the comforter. I had always heard that the covers on hotel room beds are filthy because they are rarely cleaned. I considered ripping the bedspread back to sit on the daily washed sheet, but decided that would draw even more attention to the bed when Seth walked in. After pacing some more, I peered out the window at the street below. There was no sign of Seth. How long did it take to get luggage? I wondered, glancing at my watch for at least the 50th time. I considered taking a shower to help calm me down, but I didn't want to put my dirty clothes back on or emerge from the bathroom wearing only a towel. If Seth no longer wanted me, wearing only a skimpy towel would make the uncomfortable situation I had put us in even more awkward. Finally, I heard muffled voices in the hallway. Seth was probably delivering Abby's luggage and realizing that I was in his room. I heard the door shut and waited what seemed like an interminable amount of time. Why was it taking him so long to walk from one room to the next? Was he waiting in the hallway, trying to decide how to let me down gently? Unable to stand the suspense any longer, I trudged over to the door and flung it open. Seth was standing in the doorway with his fist raised, preparing to knock. We startled each other and both chuckled awkwardly as he carried my overnight bag inside and set it down. We stood there in agonizing silence for what seemed like an incredibly long time. Seth shifted his weight from one foot to the other, clearly uncertain what to say or do. Uncertain how to proceed, I did what I apparently do best. I ran, but not too far this time. "I need to take a shower," I informed him as I grabbed my bag and scurried into the bathroom. Once inside, I leaned against the door, my breath coming in quick bursts. This night felt like a turning point in my relationship with Seth. It was too important to mess up. Stripping off my clothes and stepping into the steamy spray, I made a decision. I was not going to let my ego get in the way of my burgeoning love for Seth. The truth that I had shared with him tonight had been humiliating to admit, but he hadn't sprinted out of the room to get away from me. In fact, he was still here, likely waiting to see what our future held. It had never been easy for me to reach out to others, but I had bared my soul to Seth tonight. His reaction had shown pure support and understanding, far better than I ever would have imagined. He had proven himself to be as kind, warm-hearted, and honorable as I had hoped he might be. Now, he was giving me space to see where our relationship currently stood. It was impossibly sweet and romantic. At least, I hoped that was what he was doing. Only one way to find out, I told myself as I crossed my fingers and leaned my head around the shower curtain to yell Seth's name. He must have been just on the other side of the door, which I took as a good sign, because it immediately opened. His deep voice answered,
Yes.
Ever the gentleman, he didn't look inside the steamy bathroom. His sense of chivalry touched me immensely, but I was ready to move beyond romantic sentiment. I needed to feel redacted. You can redact it if you'd like, I told him huskily. Quicker than I would have imagined possible, Seth was redacted. I chuckled at his enthusiasm, but became serious when he gazed at me tenderly before wrapping me in his arms, engulfing me in a long, wet, redacted hug.
Please don't ever leave me again.
He pleaded near my ear. I squeezed him tighter in reassurance as he said,
I felt incomplete when you left.
He sounded so vulnerable, like I had almost broken him. No one had ever said such wonderful words to me before. He made me feel important and loved, like I mattered. He was so different than any man I had ever known. We stood there for a long while with our bodies redacted. The hot water spray created rivulets that trickled down our skin like raindrops on a windowpane. I could feel his redacted, but he didn't seem to be in any hurry to take care of it. When I reached out to redacted, he stopped me.
We have all night.
He croaked.
I just want to savor the feeling of having you back in my arms. You scared the heck out of me.
He admitted. Hating that I had worried him so terribly, but secretly delighting in his revelation that he cared so much, I pressed my cheek into his chest. I wanted to make him feel secure and wonderful, just like he made me feel. I'm sorry I left. It wasn't to get away from you. I needed to make that clear to him, in case he harbored any doubts.
I understand that now.
He told me before confessing.
I've never been so scared in my entire life. I thought I had lost you.
His words buoyed me up. I lifted my heels until I was on my tippy toes, so that I could kiss his dark, stubbly cheek. The roughness of his 5 o'clock shadow felt foreign and masculine under my lips. Unable to stop myself, I ran my tongue along his firm jawline. I felt it quiver under my touch, as he redacted. His reaction spurred me on as I circled him, placing kisses across his chest and back.
I don't want to hurt you,
he revealed, obviously concerned about the past abuse I had suffered. I wanted to put his mind at ease. After all, he knew the rules that my messed-up mind had created regarding redacted, and he was fine with them, for now anyway. You could never hurt me, I informed him, truly believing it myself. Realizing that this was the first time that I had ever honestly trusted another person with my heart, I placed his hand gently over it. Touch me, I requested simply, and he did. We slicked each other up with soap, carefully rinsed that off, then began to redact it. It was glorious and tender, everything that a shower for two should be. When the water eventually started going tepid, he turned it off. After we stepped out into the steamy bathroom, he gently toweled me dry before quickly swiping the towel over himself. We emerged from the bathroom, redacted and holding hands. He led me to the bed, before sweeping the bedspread and blanket off onto the floor.
Those things are filthy,
he muttered. Man after my own heart. I smiled warmly, remembering my earlier identical thoughts about the covers. Seth laid down on the bed, flat on his back, and sprawled out his limbs like a starfish.
I'm all yours,
he informed me. I smiled at his invitation before redacted. You're in for a long night, I warned him with a naughty smile before redacted. Did you guys get any sleep last night? Abby asked incredulously as we met in the hotel lobby before heading to the campus breakfast spot where we were eating with Macy. I had wondered a couple of times last night how thin the hotel walls were, since Seth and I hadn't been what anyone would consider quiet during our extended, passionate redacted. By Abby's grumpy question, it was clear that they weren't thick enough, not that padded steel walls would have been. We were rather rambunctious, I remembered with a sly grin at Seth.
Not much,
he answered Abby sheepishly, before dipping me back and noisily kissing my neck. The grouch at the front desk cleared his throat, clearly not appreciating our antics. I tried to smile at him, but he quickly looked away. He must work all the time, I decided, trying to be kind. Get a room, Abby rolled her eyes at us. Oh wait, she added, you already have one and it's right next to mine. Lucky me. I was surprised by her thinly veiled hostility. I would have normally been embarrassed by her hearing our rowdy night, but it's not like we haven't seen and heard way more of her and Sam's redacted than I would ever wish on another living soul. Opting to give her the benefit of the doubt, I chalked her testiness up to either a lack of caffeine or missing her own man. You're just jealous, I teased her before adding, let's go get you some tea. I said the last part warmly. At her nod, I wrapped an arm around both of them before heading out the door to eat with my sister. My sister, it felt too good to be true. I had assumed that I would lose everyone dear to me when I confessed my sins. Instead, Seth and Abby both seemed to still feel the same way about me, perhaps even more protective, and I had gained back my sister. Oh, and it turned out that I hadn't killed the oaf, so my planned time in prison would be avoided. I couldn't have dreamed up a better turnout. This was better than having a fairy godmother to grant wishes. For once, it looked like my life was on track. I felt practically giddy as we walked to the cafe for breakfast. It was a new sensation for me. It seemed as though I might have turned a proverbial corner. Perhaps now I would be able to live the charmed kind of life that I had always daydreamed about, guilt-free and surrounded by love. I turned each way to smile at Abby and Seth, overwhelmed by warmth. That warmth chilled in my veins when we stepped inside the tiny restaurant. My mother was sitting in the booth with Macy. Both of the women from my immediate family had expectant looks on their faces. I froze in the doorway, unable to take another step forward. Seth and Abby flanked my sides, evidently prepared to stand by me no matter what was about to happen. Macy saw my hesitation and quickly slid out of the booth to run over and greet me with a hug. She used the physical proximity to whisper quietly near my ear.
I'm sorry for springing this on you, but she was desperate to see you. Please just give her a chance.
She pulled back to gauge my reaction. I felt stunned and betrayed, unable to move or react in any way. I couldn't believe Macy had brought our mother here. I wasn't ready to face her. It was highly likely that I never would be. My eyelids began to blink quickly of their own volition as I attempted to process this situation. The rest of my body still seemed unwilling to move. The next part of me to become unfrozen was my neck. My head began to shake vigorously back and forth in a feeble attempt to deny what my eyes were telling me. This couldn't be happening. I couldn't be looking at this woman who had stood idly by while horrible things happened to me under her roof. I could not and would not deal with her right now. The hopeful look she aimed my way made me want to strangle her. How could she have not stepped in to help her child? How could she think I would find her inaction forgivable? How could she be here looking at me like she cared? It was all too much to process. I felt overwhelmed by the urge to get away. My fight or flight response kicked in, and it decided to flee. I can't. I croaked the simple statement, before turning to run out the door and away from the uncaring woman who had given birth to me. I could hear someone running behind me, and was pleased to see it was Seth when he easily caught up. We jogged side by side at my slow pace for a bit, until struggling for breath I stopped. Leaning over to ease the stitch in my side, I panted, "Guess I'm a little out of shape." Seth wasn't even breathing heavily from our exertion. I felt like I had just competed in a triathlon. He smiled at me kindly before saying,
I'm happy to spend as much time as you'd like to work on your stamina.
When I stood back up, he added near my ear,
Like we did last night.
I couldn't help but grin at the steamy memories when he nibbled tenderly on my earlobe. That sounds like an intriguing offer. I managed to get the words out, despite the fact that I was still breathing heavily. I can't believe Macy brought her here. I changed the subject abruptly to the hot topic dominating my brain's focus.
I know.
Seth led me to a nearby bench. I'm not ready to face her or deal with what she did. Actually, what she didn't do, I amended.
I know.
Seth's simple statement confirmed his unconditional acceptance of my inability to forgive my mother. He slung a comforting arm around my shoulders, and I snuggled into his side. He felt warm and cozy. He felt like coming home, to a real home where love lived and fear did not exist. I wanted to tell him this, but wasn't sure how to voice the pleasant emotion. We stayed that way for a long while. I had no idea how much time had passed when Abby joined us, plopping down next to me on the bench. I raised an eyebrow at her in a questioning look, wondering if I had already ruined my relationship with my newly rediscovered sister. Macy realizes that she shouldn't have sprung the reunion with your mother on you like that. She sent her apologies and said she would call you later. I breathed a huge sigh of relief at this news. After finally finding my sister, I couldn't stand the idea of losing her again so quickly or ever. If I knew Abby at all, and I did, it was a pretty safe bet that she had smoothed things over with both Macy and my mother before leaving the cafe. She wouldn't have wanted to leave any type of open rift between us that would fester over time. Confirming my suspicion, she put her arm around my waist, below Seth's arm. I told them that you just needed some time. It's obvious that you weren't ready to face your mother, but I don't think it's a good idea to burn any bridges with your family. You might not ever be able to completely forgive and forget the abuse that she allowed to happen to you. My eyes widened as I looked at her. And no one expects you to forgive or forget what happened, she quickly amended. But, she added, she is your mother. I raised my shoulders, ready to respond that that woman had been no mother to me. Abby sensed the direction I was heading and held up a hand to stop me. I'd give anything to have 5 minutes with my mom, she admitted sadly. I wanted to tell her that it was completely different. Her mother had been kind, gentle, protective, loving, and all of the things a mom should be. Mine had been aloof, uncaring, and unconcerned about my well-being. It was a completely different situation. As if reading my thoughts, Abby continued. I know that your mother doesn't deserve your love or forgiveness, but she is the only mother you'll ever have. Just promise me that you'll give it some time before making the decision to cut her out of your life completely. The two of you just found each other again, and she truly seems sorry for the way you were treated. I just can't stand to see you miss this opportunity. Family is too important to ignore. They can be gone in a blink of an eye. She was playing dirty. The death of her parents in a devastating car accident was still a painfully raw wound for her. For her to bring that into the discussion, I knew that this was incredibly important to her. My mind struggled to find a viable argument, but it came up as empty as the big oaf's heart. There was no defense that would work against Abby's tragic loss of her beloved parents. She leaned back to look directly into my eyes. Promise? She sounded so hopeful. Knowing that she had me backed into a corner, I mumbled, before adding, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to have any kind of relationship with her. That's okay, she reassured me. I just don't want you to rule it out right now. Now that we had agreed to disagree for the time being, Seth asked,
Ready to head home?
I smiled at the word home. I had never really felt like I had one. Sure, I'd had houses where I lived with people whom I loved, but I had never experienced that comfortable, safe feeling that the word implied. Having always felt too dirty and unworthy of love made me feel like I was faking my way through life, even once I found Abby and Seth. I had felt like a fraud. Certainty had filled me that if they knew the truth about my past, they would find me lacking and undeserving of their love. All of the dark secrets of my shameful past had now been revealed to them, though, and they were still here, standing firmly by my side. The feeling was phenomenal and freeing. Yes, let's go home. I beamed at each of them, realizing that I had won at last. I had to apologize to Sam and Joe. Leaving the way I had was incredibly unprofessional and inconsiderate. They had counted on me to help run their uber-popular lakeside bar and restaurant, but I had let them down. In typical Joe fashion, his response to my apology was,
No worries.
He accepted the entire situation in his ever-present, laid-back, carefree manner. Nothing ruffled his feathers. Sam, however, was not so agreeable.
We rely on you,
he informed me firmly in his deep voice that was so similar to Seth's, yet with a harsher edge. I know, I confirmed before adding, I'm truly sorry for leaving the way I did and putting you in a bind. I looked between Joe's kind smile and Sam's still angry scowl.
When I went to Annie's to get Anna, I also picked up your pets. That cat is the meanest, most atrocious animal I have ever encountered.
He informed me.
Miss Dixie is petrified of her.
I couldn't help grinning at the visual of Sam and Abby's giant black dog cowering away from my cat.
I think Buster is depressed over you being gone, but he always looks sad, so it's hard to tell for sure.
He was right. My basset hound Buster always looked a little depressed. I felt horrible for possibly making that worse.
Come pick them up at your earliest convenience, and don't ever do anything like this again.
Sam warned me. No, of course not, I reassured him. He looked like he wanted to chastise me further, but his cell phone started blaring In Your Eyes by Peter Gabriel. I recognized this as his ringtone for Abby. It was amusing to watch his face immediately transform from a firm frown into a relaxed smile. He turned to take the call, and I knew that Abby had just saved me from further reprimanding by her husband. I wasn't worthy of the reprieve. In fact, I had been fully anticipating losing my job. Being fired was what my rash actions warranted. Having my bosses not only accept me back, but also confirm that I was useful and needed, was beyond my wildest expectations. It was far more than I deserved. Feeling valuable and accepted, I wondered whose life I had stolen. Smiling slyly, I decided that I would keep it. The restaurant was slammed that night, keeping me too busy to feel guilty for bolting on them the way I had. Apparently, someone had warned the staff not to bother me about my unexcused absence because no one mentioned it. The steady stream of questions and special requests from patrons had me hopping like the Energizer Bunny, and I loved the flurry of activity. It gave me less time to worry about things. Well after midnight, as I climbed into my tall bed, the concern started erupting unwanted in my head. The idea of having to deal with my mother sat me absolutely on edge. Although I had smoothed things over with Macy by phone after running out of the cafe, I was certain that she wouldn't rest until she felt like our mother and I had reconciled. I just didn't feel like forgiving that woman was a possibility. The other facet of my life that was stressing me out was Seth. He was as close as I could imagine to being the ideal man, and he seemed to be truly enamored with me. If I were to be honest with myself, I would have to admit that I was falling head over heels in love with him. That admission scared the heck out of me. I didn't want to feel so strongly for anyone else, or give someone that kind of power over me. I liked being independent and putting myself first. It was how I had learned to survive, and I had been doing just fine until Seth came along with his gorgeous green eyes, shiny black hair, hunky muscular physique, goofy offbeat sense of humor, and kind warm heart. How was I supposed to resist all of that? It frightened me to put my feelings on the line at all, let alone such strong feelings. How long would it be before my hang-ups began to bother him? Seth knew more about why I couldn't stand to feel like I was being held down than I had ever shared with any other man. He seemed to be fine with it too. I knew from experience, though, that even when a man thinks he is okay with not redacted, eventually they all want to do just that. They all think they will be the one to cure me. They think I should trust them and realize they would never hurt me. They don't understand that even though the rational side of my brain realizes they are not the oaf, my physiological fight or flight response kicks in and takes over my body anytime I feel held down or trapped in any way. It is not personal, but rather an uncontrollable, panic-driven reaction. I had heard all of the lines. Don't you trust me? I wouldn't hurt you. I'm different. It would show me how much you cared. It will be okay. Just try it. I'm sure you'll like it. They were all the same. The soft dreamer in me wanted to believe that Seth was different. It wanted to tell me that he understood my background and would continue to have patience with me for the long haul. The realistic side of me, though, knew that the situation was a ticking time bomb. Before long, he would expect me to allow him to redacted. As if sensing that I was thinking about him, my phone buzzed with a late-night text from Seth.
Sweet dreams, gorgeous.
I smiled at his kind words. It felt good to know he was thinking of me right before he drifted off to sleep. He was usually my last thought of the day as well, even when we weren't together. Good night, I responded, wishing that I were one of those expressive women who could easily share their feelings with others. I thought about typing "I love you," but chickened out before rolling over to go to sleep. Sunday rolled around, which meant family brunch at the Davis mansion. Since I was now officially with one of the Davis twins, I was expected to regularly attend these not-so-blessed events. I had blown through the gamut of excuses for not going, and was now coming up dry as a bone in the Sahara. I couldn't even use work as a valid reason, because Sam knew it was one of my usual days off, and would gallantly offer to arrange for help if we found ourselves unexpectedly short-staffed. I felt backed into a corner, and didn't see any viable option other than to go. Seth's family made me nervous. Their ostentatious wealth, and the incredibly privileged lives they led, put them at a completely different level than I had ever even encountered. The idea of sitting at their opulent table, trying to make small talk as their staff served us a lavish meal, made me feel like I was going to erupt into nervous hives. Remembering the disastrous time I had attended, and Anna's tantrum when I had held her, didn't help matters. Not only did they know I didn't belong in their social class, they had also been made aware that innocent children feared me. It wasn't the most flattering impression. Abby tried to calm my jitters on the phone a few minutes before Seth was due to pick me up. "It will be fine," she reassured me before adding slyly, "Joe is coming this week. If he can handle their scrutiny, I'm sure you can." We both chuckled at the mental image of surfer dude Joe trying to mingle with Mr. Davis. There couldn't be two people who were more different from each other than these two. While Sutton Davis had a menacing, room-owning presence, Joe was the epitome of laid-back confidence. I couldn't imagine what the two of them would say to each other. Deciding to make the best of the situation, I told myself it would be fun to watch them. Even though I had geared myself up for it, I still felt my heart begin to slam into my chest when Seth knocked on the front door. I had given him a key and I was expecting him, yet he still knocked. What a gentleman, I decided, smiling as I opened the door to him. His handsomeness still shocked me, nearly taking my breath away every time I saw him anew. It just wasn't right for a person to be that good-looking, funny, sweet, and, apparently in love with me. It defied logic, making me always wonder what trickery was afoot. He was too fantastic to be real, and mine.
You look beautiful,
He murmured, taking a long moment to drink in my appearance. His gaze swept down my floral sundress all the way to my strappy sandals, then slowly his eyes traveled back up to meet mine. Dipping his head down, he gave me a long, sweet kiss before biting my lower lip gently. We were standing impossibly close. His nearness gave me a heady feeling, like I might pass out or burst into spontaneous giggles.
If only we didn't have to go to brunch, I'd carry you upstairs and spend the day redacted.
His hot breath sent shivers down my spine as he whispered near my ear. I felt like taking him up on his implied offer. There was nothing I would have rather done than spend the entire day redacted with Seth. There was also very little that I would rather not do than go to his family's extravagant house for a meal. Unfortunately, by silent agreement, we both opted for the latter unwanted option and walked arm in arm to his Jeep. My stomach felt unsettled and jittery. Would I ever get used to being around Seth's family, or would this nervousness persist the entire time Seth and I were a couple? If I had known what was coming, my tummy probably would have revolted entirely, making me heave up the buttered whole wheat toast I had eaten earlier to settle it. As we drove, I wondered how much the rest of the Davis family had been told regarding my recent disappearance. I was fairly certain that one of the twins would have at least mentioned it to their parents. If that was the case, it begged the question, how much do they know about my abusive past? The thought of their looks of disgust disguised as pity made my stomach churn even more. I actively attempt to avoid turmoil, probably because my childhood was defined by it. To say that today's brunch was tumultuous would be putting it mildly. It started out calmly enough, though. It was a gorgeous, sunshiny day. We gathered around the enormous outdoor table near the infinity pool to wait for the family patriarch to join us, so we could sit down and begin eating. My boss Joe was there with Jessie, Seth's sister. His casual outfit consisted of long board shorts, a well-worn t-shirt, and flip-flops. His look did not fit in at all with the preppy polo shirts and loafers the Davis twins wore. Sam, his business partner, was the only one who made a snide comment about Joe's choice of outerwear.
I see you really dressed up for the occasion.
Joe amiably bumped Sam's shoulder with his own in typical wordless man speak, which made them both chuckle as Sam lightly shoved him back. Abby rolled her eyes at their roughhousing, but didn't comment on it. The three children, Jesse's daughter, Joe's son, and Abby and Sam's baby, were efficiently swept away by the nanny. Apparently, children aren't permitted to eat brunch, I decided, as I wished that I could go do whatever they were doing, rather than endure this sure-to-be awkward meal. The arrival of Sutton Davis signaled that we were free to be seated at the table. Sutton narrowed his gaze at Joe in an overtly distasteful sneer, but Joe didn't seem to notice. I hoped that his glare was just in reference to Joe's casual clothing, and not due to him truly disliking Joe. I couldn't imagine anyone not liking Joe's friendly, laid-back personality, so concluded that it must simply be his appearance. The table silenced when Joe chimed his fork against his crystal juice glass. I couldn't help but be impressed at the classy maneuver, even though I had a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that whatever was coming wouldn't be welcomed.
We have an announcement we'd like to make.
Joe cleared his throat importantly and smiled at Jessie. Her wobbly smile back hinted that she wasn't certain what kind of reception Joe's words would receive either. Bravely forging on, Joe said in a clear voice,
Jesse and I are getting married.
The beaming smile on his face spoke volumes about his happiness, as well as his relief at having spilled the beans to her family. His proclamation was greeted with silence. Abby and I were the first to regain our senses. Yay, she said, clapping her hands at the same time as I murmured, congratulations. I was smiling and truly happy for them. Their expressions were both joyous. I quickly realized that I had been so caught up in my own drama that I hadn't even taken notice of the two of them falling in love. The blissful look they exchanged made it obvious that they were completely enamored with each other. Jessie finally broke her gaze away from Joe's to gauge her family's reaction to their news. Her brothers were wearing identical shocked, slightly sick-looking expressions. Seth was the first to pull it together and speak.
Wow, man.
He started before becoming more coherent, and adding,
Welcome to the family.
Sam was shaking his head, looking like he was in denial, until Abby nudged him sharply with her elbow.
Yeah, I'm great.
He finally said weakly. I was sure that they had just been taken by surprise by the announcement of their sister's engagement. They would come around eventually and be truly happy for her. Their parents, on the other hand, looked absolutely dismayed by the news. Janice's face was so pursed that she looked like she had just swallowed a turd, and I wouldn't have been a bit surprised if steam started spewing from Sutton's ears. Silence fell around the table as all eyes turned to see what Jesse's parents would say about this union. I silently prayed that they would accept it with kindness and grace, but that wish was not to be granted. Sutton's face was beet red as he slammed a fist down on the table, startling everyone into a slight jump. He glared at Joe before turning to Jessie.
You think I'm going to allow you to marry this lazy bum?
He asked her incredulously. Joe is not lazy or a bum, father, she informed him crisply. He runs his own successful restaurant.
That I fund.
He inserted coldly. That you invested in because he was already doing so well with it, and you saw its potential for even more growth, she corrected him. He works incredibly hard, and he has made that restaurant the place to be and be seen in Harbor Shores. She smiled warmly at Joe, obviously proud of his accomplishments. Changing tactics, Sutton turned to Joe.
You see her as a get-rich-quick plan.
The accusation made Jessie's head jerk back as she glared at her father.
No, sir.
Joe steadily held Sutton's gaze as he responded.
I've never been overly concerned about money.
He told him honestly.
But thanks to the restaurant, I have plenty of it. I'm a simple man.
At this statement, Sutton scoffed loudly, rolling his eyes as if this were blatantly obvious. Joe went on, undeterred.
I love your daughter.
Turning to her, he added,
And I want to spend the rest of my life with her.
Janice decided to weigh in.
What about the children?
She asked the question, obviously hoping to raise a roadblock that hadn't occurred to them. Proving that they had given their future a great deal of thought, they answered simultaneously, they are thrilled. Sam sneered and made a derisive sound in his throat when they tenderly rubbed cheeks, chuckling at having said the same words. He straightened quickly, making me wonder if Abby had kicked him under the table. Finally breaking his gaze away from his fiancée, Joe turned to answer Janice's question.
The kids get along famously with each other. I already love Katie like my own child, and I believe Jesse feels the same way about Jonah.
He turned to her for confirmation. She answered with a definite nod.
Both kids will be better off with another parent. We will become one big happy blended family.
Sounds like you think you have it all figured out.
Sutton said nastily.
What about Katie's real father? He's still in the picture, you know.
Sutton hated Katie's biological father. I was surprised that he would bring him up. Clearly, he was grasping at straws for any excuse to fight that Jessie shouldn't marry Joe. Sutton's attempt to rile Joe didn't work. He calmly said,
My role in Katie's life doesn't change her relationship with her real father at all. I want to add to her blessings, not detract from them.
Jessie winked at Joe, letting him know that he had nailed that response. Changing tactics, Sutton said,
If you were a proper gentleman,
he paused to give Joe a glaring once-over.
you would have asked for my permission for her hand in marriage before proposing.
Joe nodded, willingly accepting responsibility for the snub and social faux pas. I asked him. Jessie's voice was strong and clear as she raised her chin slightly. Janice gulped in air loudly, her hand going to her neck in shock. Her face was aghast. It was an uncharacteristically unladylike look for her. She was clearly scandalized by her daughter's admission. Jessie chose to ignore her mother's antics. Instead, she looked directly at her father. Joe and I love each other and our children. We are going to spend the rest of our lives together as a family. She turned to smile lovingly at the man in question, before maneuvering her eyes slowly around the table to rest on each of her family members one by one. Nothing any of you can say or do will change that. Her declaration was met with stunned silence. To my surprise, Sam was the one who spoke first. Raising his mimosa-filled champagne flute high into the air, he proposed a toast.
To Joe, for being brave enough to willingly sign up for a lifetime with my pain-in-the-neck sister.
Jessie balled her cloth napkin and tossed it at him, but his rude toast proved to be a terrific icebreaker. Seth followed Sam's lead by raising his glass, turning to Joe and saying,
Good luck, man. You're gonna need it.
Abby jumped in, holding her glass aloft. I think what these two doofs are trying to say, she nudged her husband with her elbow, is that they are glad to be gaining a brother. Hear, hear. Jessie tilted her glass toward each of them before taking a sip, effectively putting an end to their teasing. The group followed her lead by drinking from our own glasses, except for her parents who sat motionless at the ends of the table.
We'll discuss this later,
Janice coolly informed Jessie. There's nothing to discuss, Mother. Jessie narrowed her gaze. This is going to happen whether you like it or not, so you might as well get used to it.
We will not.
Sutton's intimidating voice boomed.
This is someone that you have a fling with, Jessie. He is not marriage material. Your mother and I will help you find someone more suitable to settle down with.
I felt sorry for Joe. They were talking about him and his relationship with Jessie as if he weren't there listening to every word. He had to feel massively awkward and uncomfortable. He had every right to be angry about how they were treating him, but his face was unreadable. He sat there quietly enduring their harsh comments, likely because he didn't want to further upset Jessie. No. Jessie was furious enough for both of them. It's my life. I get to decide whom I want to spend it with, and I choose Joe. Her proclamation was met with silence from her parents. If you don't like it, we can leave. She stood quickly, almost knocking her chair over backwards in the process. Come on, Joe, she said in a huff. He stood before reminding them calmly.
It doesn't have to be this way.
I couldn't believe they were going to just let her leave like that, but I didn't feel like it was my place to insert myself in the middle of their family troubles. It turned out that I didn't need to get involved, because just as Jessie was grabbing Joe's arm so they could make their dramatic exit, someone made an entrance so grand that it couldn't be topped. A bright red convertible crashed through the privacy fence and skidded to a stop, mere inches away from careening into the pool. A disheveled woman emerged from the car as we all watched her with wide, disbelieving eyes. I was surprised to find upon closer inspection that she was lovely, or she would be if she wasn't such a hot mess. Her golden hair was poking out at strange angles, as if she had been running her hands through it obsessively. Long black mascara streaks blazed a trail from her lower lids to the outer corners of her mouth. Her short red dress had a large wet-looking stain near her hip, as if she had just spilled what was left of her drink on herself. She tottered over to us on 2 high heels. No one at the table moved a muscle. Even the waitstaff had stopped bustling around. We were all too much in shock at this wild intrusion to react in any way.
Oh, a family party. How lovely. I hope I'm not intruding.
She held a hand up to her chest in mock distress. Her voice dripped with thinly veiled sarcasm. Sutton Davis was giving her a steely glare, his brows furrowed deeply. I found myself feeling grateful that I wasn't on the receiving end of that frightening scowl. He cleared his throat before speaking.
As a matter of fact, you are intruding, and you have damaged my personal property.
He waved a hand in the general direction of her car, which had wrecked through the fence and left deep, muddy tracks streaking across the yard.
Emily?
It was Sam's shocked voice that spoke. He was looking at the woman, as if he couldn't quite believe his eyes. When Abby sucked in a breath, bringing a hand up to her mouth, it dawned on me who this woman must be. Last year, Abby had been concerned about finding some hot-to-trot executive that worked in Sam's office, sitting on his desk. Her name had been Emily. That had to be who this was. I silently prayed that she wasn't here to admit to an adulterous affair with Sam. To my surprise, no one was looking at Sam to witness his reaction. Instead, all eyes were on Sutton Davis, and he looked absolutely livid.
You need to leave my estate, or I will have you removed.
I had to give the woman credit for bravery. If Sutton Davis had spoken to me in that cold, frightening voice, I would have hightailed it out of there. Emily raised her chin and glared right back at him.
I see no reason to leave,
she informed him before adding snidely.
Besides, I thought you might want all of your family here.
In 3 long strides, he was standing directly in front of her, grabbing her by the arm. He spoke quietly through clenched teeth, but I still heard every word.
This is neither the time nor the place to discuss this,
he said tersely.
Oh, I think it's the perfect time and place.
Her response was much louder, clearly meant for the entire group. Raising her voice volume to an almost yell, she addressed us all.
Has Sutton told you our good news?
I glanced at Janice, predicting that she wasn't going to like whatever this good news was that would soon be announced. By the pinched look on her face, it was obvious that she had already come to the same conclusion.
Stop,
Sutton ordered Emily, still grasping her upper arm firmly. In response, she attempted to pull her arm out of his grip. When that didn't work, she reared her body weight back to yank her arm free. She had evidently miscalculated the strength of his hold on her, because when she slipped out of his grip, she had overcorrected her balance and went toppling backward into the pool. If it hadn't been such a potentially family-destroying scenario, it probably would have been funny. She looked like a cartoon character, falling back in slow motion, flailing her arms in giant circles. When she surfaced, it was like seeing a nearly drowned, furious rat. She was spluttering and coughing and cussing. Joe let a small chuckle escape, before Jessie elbowed him in the ribs to silence him. Emily paused in her tirade to give him the evil eye, before turning back to Sutton. The sinister smile she aimed at him should have warned us that she was about to turn his life upside down. She maneuvered herself to the pool steps and began ascending them remarkably gracefully, considering the state she was in.
I can't believe you would do that,
she said quietly to Sutton when she rejoined us on the patio. We had all seen that he hadn't pushed her into the pool, but that didn't stop her from blaming him for it. She laid her palm on her belly. Her eyes were wide with mock innocence as she turned to him, asking,
What if you had injured our sweet, unborn baby?
Even though I had been expecting something of this nature, I was still stunned. Looking at the expressions of the others, I realized that I must have been the last to know. None of them seemed the least bit surprised. Janice calmly walked over to where the two of them stood. Everyone seemed to stop breathing, waiting to hear what her reaction would be. She positioned herself directly in front of Emily. They were both above average in height, and stood nose to nose. The two women stood there, glaring at each other for what seemed like an eternity. Without breaking her gaze away from Emily, Janice raised a hand up to Sutton's chest and calmly shoved him into the pool. Turning on her heel, she sauntered back in the house, picking up her champagne flute on the way. It was one of the smoothest moves I had ever seen. I felt like cheering. Janice had handled this horrible situation like a champion. If anyone deserved to be shoved into a pool, it was Sutton Davis. No one bothered to help him climb out. As much as I had loved Janice's classy exit, it left the rest of us to deal with Sutton and his baby mama. They were both blazing mad and looked ridiculous with their sopping clothes and disheveled hair. Normally, Sutton Davis was the epitome of classic regal style. Being unceremoniously dumped into a pool did not agree with him.
Get off my property.
Sutton's words were uttered calmly and quietly, which made them seem that much more menacing. Proving that she was not at all intimidated by him, Emily walked casually to the enormous table, selected a raspberry cheese Danish from a sterling silver tray, and daintily took a nibble from it.
"This isn't over,"
she informed him in an equally calm but menacing voice, before turning and walking back to her car with her head held high. She was obviously trying to maintain as much dignity as one could, after crashing into a brunch and falling into the pool. It might have been somewhat believable, had she not broken one of her heels during the ruckus, which made her bob up and down like untethered double D redacted on a trampoline as she strolled away. After her car's engine roared to life, she slowly backed out of the yard, staying remarkably within the ruts her tires had made during her flamboyant entry. We stood there dumbly watching until long after her car had disappeared, likely too much in shock to work out any type of moderately appropriate reaction to the entire fiasco. The awkwardness lingered as we stood there motionless, barely even breathing. Jessie was the one who finally broke the silence. "Whoa?" Her simple word accurately depicted what we were all thinking. After another long beat of silence, Sutton seemed to come back to life. Acting as if nothing had gone awry, he muttered,
"If you'll all excuse me,"
before striding into the house. His politeness seemed preposterous after the ridiculous display we had all just witnessed. Again, it was Jessie who was the first to speak, and she accurately summed up the feelings of the group. "Well, that was fun," she commented sarcastically, making us all release our pent-up anxiety by erupting into uncontrollable giggling. Once our laughter subsided by some silent mutual agreement, the group dispersed without bothering to finish our meal. If the rest of them felt anything like me, they didn't want anything to do with food right then anyway. The ride home in Seth's Jeep was rather quiet. We apparently were both lost in our own thoughts. When we reached my house, he gave me a sweet kiss on the forehead before telling me goodbye. I tried not to let my disappointment over his departure show. Even though Buster greeted me at the door with some excited tail thumps, the house felt big and empty without Seth here. When had I become so pathetic? I used to love being able to rattle around the house all by myself, without having to answer to anyone. Now, suddenly, I didn't like being alone anymore. What has this man done to me? When Abby texted me to see if we could start girls' night early, I quickly agreed. We needed to talk through the day's events. I about fell out of my chair when her car came crashing through the fence. Abby was drinking water because she was still breastfeeding. The lack of alcohol didn't slow down her exuberance in the slightest. Too much had taken place today to discuss it calmly. "I know," I agreed, sipping from my margarita glass. Just because she couldn't drink didn't mean I had to go alcohol-free too. How about when Janice shoved Sutton into the pool? I brought this up, and we both hooted with laughter. "If anyone deserves it." She left the sentence unfinished, but I nodded in wholehearted agreement. Wow, that probably has to go down in the history books as one of the wildest brunches ever. I shook my head, still not quite believing all that had happened. If I hadn't witnessed it all with my own eyes, the retelling of it would have undoubtedly sounded too far-fetched to possibly be true. "No kidding." Abby smiled as she shook her head. She was likely replaying the entire scene in her head, like I was. We were quiet for a moment, before her face turned pensive. "I knew that Sutton was cheating," she admitted quietly. "What?" I sputtered, choking on the bite of taco I had just inhaled. My eyes bulged in surprise over her news and my blocked airway. Managing to wash down the stuck bit of tortilla, I asked, "How could you not tell me?" I felt immensely hurt that she would keep something this huge from me. "I thought it was Sam at first," she admitted, lost in her own thoughts. I remained quiet. It was no secret that Abby still felt insecure over Sam's past philandering ways. He had been a renowned womanizer before he fell in love with her and their baby. Anyone with half a brain could see that he had flipped head over heels for the two of them, but Ab still occasionally had doubts about his feelings. Annie and I had met at the new hotel restaurant, so she could see her sweet Petunia kumquat. She paused, and we both chuckled at one of Annie's silly nicknames for Anna. Annie was the undisputed queen of quirky sayings that she usually managed to significantly garble. She had once told me that I had better get my flick on with Seth before someone else smashed him up. I smiled at the memory and was 99% sure I had complied with her suggestion. Although I still wasn't completely clear on what flick meant, I thought I had a pretty good idea. I almost laughed out loud when I decided that Seth was a fantastic flicker, but Abby's voice brought me back into the moment. As we were leaving, I saw Emily at the hotel's front desk. When the clerk told her that Mr. Davis was waiting in their usual suite, my heart sank. I automatically assumed it was Sam. She probably had a predisposition to jump to conclusions about Sam and this particular woman, after having discovered her perched on his desk one day at work. I didn't get a chance to point this out to her, though, because she continued with her story. I ran out of there in complete distress. I don't remember anything about the drive to your house. I was reassured to hear that Abby had sought me out in her time of need, and relieved when she mentioned having left the baby with Annie. I hated to think about her driving a car in that state of despair, but at least she had been coherent enough to not bring Anna with her. When I got to your house, I found Seth there, with your letter. My heart sank. How could I have so abruptly left the people I care most about? Why was my timing so dreadful? I had abandoned Abby when she needed me most. What kind of friend would have added to her worry like that? Am I truly a horrible person? My thoughts were spiraling out of control. I was appalled with myself for running away. Abby must have been lost in her own thoughts, because she piled on the guilt. I felt lost and alone, she admitted. Her eyes were unfocused in a faraway glassy stare. I thought Sam was cheating, and then I found out that you had left. I was so scared that we wouldn't be able to find you, that I would never see you again. I thought I had lost you both, and the overwhelming sadness felt like it was going to crush me. She looked at me then. My face must have betrayed my immense guilt because she quickly amended, "Oh, it didn't last long." Sam quickly straightened out the mix-up from the hotel. He also got us moving on the plan to find you. Obviously trying to make me feel better, she smiled kindly. And find you we did. Thank heavens. Don't ever do that to me again. She lowered her chin to give me a stern look with her eyelids lowered. I shook my head, letting her know that I wouldn't put her through that again. She was much too vital in my life to have deserted her the way I had, especially when she needed me most. I was ashamed to realize that I had been so inside the dark thoughts in my own mind that I hadn't even considered how much my leaving would hurt both Abby and Seth. How could I have been so selfish? Likely sensing that I was chastising myself, Abby glossed over the situation. It all worked out okay, though. She put her hand over mine as she said the words. Anyway, that's how I knew about Sutton's cheating. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but we've been a little preoccupied. She grinned after her last words, letting me know she wasn't being snarky. I didn't feel worthy of her easy forgiveness about the entire situation. Pulling me into a hug, she didn't allow me to worry about it further. Love you, she whispered near my ear. Love you more, I told her, and I meant it.
I need your help.
Seth informed me. We were lying side by side in his bed, redacted. He had me engulfed in his strong arms, and I felt safe and divine. The rain pattered on the roof of his Airstream, making it feel like we were wrapped in our own little cocoon of happiness. My first instinct was to blurt out anything in response to his vague request, but I managed to tone it down to a non-committal, "Yeah?" He murmured near my ear, taking the opportunity to nibble on it. The short black whiskers from his 5 o'clock shadow tickled my cheek as they gently grazed my skin. I giggled in response to his attention. His lips traveled a tender path along my neck, making a delicious tingle race down my spine. I knew that if I didn't stop him quickly, I would be incoherent with redacted, again. His previous statement had intrigued me, and I wanted to know more. Summoning all the strength I could muster, I pulled back from his kisses to look him straight in the eye. You were saying? I reminded him. Apparently realizing that I wasn't going to be distracted from finding out what he needed help with, he sighed and eased his head back onto his pillow.
I've noticed that you have an excellent eye for color and style.
He flattered me. Okay. I wondered what direction he could possibly be headed with this, and why he felt like he needed to butter me up. He remained silent for a bit, so I decided it would be a good opportunity to tease him a little. Do you want me to help you with your wardrobe? I guessed.
No.
His chuckle turned to a slight frown.
Wait. Do I need help with my wardrobe?
Not a bit, I reassured him. Jeans that are tight on your buns and shirts that stretch taut across your chest and pecs will probably always be in style. I kissed the tip of his long straight nose. At least in my book, I added. He had turned quiet again, but this time I opted to wait him out. When he finally spoke, he sounded almost nervous.
I was hoping you could help me with a project.
I waited for him to elaborate, but he didn't, so I prodded him. Sure. What kind of project?
Kind of a big one, actually.
He was still being too vague. If he doesn't spill it soon, I'm going to come unglued, I decided. This suspenseful game of 20 questions was wearing thin, and I wanted to know what he was talking about. I huffed out an exasperated breath, and he seemed to take the hint.
I was hoping you could help me design a home.
The words spilled out quickly, once he finally decided to say them. I was surprised by his announcement. By the way his green eyes were gazing at me, awaiting a response, I could tell that this was important to him. I'd be happy to help you, I reassured him. Is this home for you? I wondered aloud. Will it be here? I blurted out the second question, when the fear that Seth might be moving somewhere else popped into my mind. He nodded, apparently answering both questions at once.
I'm a grown man. I figure it's time for me to move into something a little more permanent than this tin can of a trailer.
He swept his hands to the sides, indicating our surroundings. His tin can of a trailer was actually a souped-up, ultra-modern, top-of-the-line Airstream, but I didn't bother to point that out to him.
I already have the shop here.
Again he downplayed his property. The shop was an immense and immaculate boat-building facility, but I still didn't say anything about it.
So, I'd like to make my living arrangement a little more permanent.
I pondered his statements for a bit. He had caught me completely off guard, especially considering what Abby had told me he had shared with her while they were dating. He had told her that he was waiting to build a house on his gorgeous lakefront property until he met the right woman. He had said he wanted his future wife to have input on all of the decisions so that he could build their dream house. Had he given up on that? I didn't want to bring up Abby or what she had told me, he said. His past romantic relationship with Abby was still an impossibly awkward topic, even though I didn't blame either of them for what had happened. I tried to pretend like I was okay with it all, and for the most part I was, but the thought of the two of them being together gave me a serious case of the heebie-jeebies. Deciding not to directly say what Abby had revealed to me, I generalized. Wouldn't you rather let your wife decide how the house should look?
I don't have a wife.
He smiled at me. I should hope not, I teased him, tossing a bare leg over him and caressing the back of my fingers down his side. The trail led me down to the captivating little indentations near his hips that can make an otherwise sane woman go incoherent with redacted. I let my hands linger in that area, exploring his redacted. She probably wouldn't approve of me. I kissed him, slipping him some tongue.
Probably not.
He grumbled, agreeing, after I broke the kiss.
Wives tend not to like it when their husbands spend a rainy day lounging in bed with an incredibly redacted woman. Unless they are that woman.
His odd statement made me feel a little breathless. Was he insinuating that I could be that woman, his wife? I had never allowed myself to think too far into the future, even once I discovered that I had fallen in love with Seth. He had proven himself to be steady and secure by accepting and even empathizing with my secrets of the past, but the knowledge that he would eventually get tired of my hang-ups about having someone redacted in bed kept me in fear of letting myself dream of a long-term future with him. I couldn't let myself even think about it, or I would end up crushed with disappointment when he inevitably broke up with me. My heart wanted to make me believe that Seth was different, but my mind knew that it couldn't be true. Eventually, all men thought that they should be able to cure me, and became frustrated when they couldn't. Even as kind and caring as Seth was, I knew that his patience with me and my phobia of redacted would wear thin someday. I couldn't allow myself to hope otherwise, or he was bound to disappoint me. I would end up devastated and alone. I should be used to it by now, but I knew that this time would be far worse than any of the others. I had let my guard down, and Seth had stolen my heart. He bent his elbow to rest his head on his fist and gazed down at me.
You're being awfully quiet. Did I scare the heck out of you with that last bit?
He smiled, letting me know he wasn't angry. Me? No, it just didn't make sense, I stammered.
Let me see if I can clarify what I meant.
He started, still smiling down at me. Even with his black hair rumpled from our marathon night and morning of redacted, he was so gorgeous it was almost breathtaking. He leaned back on the pillow to look up at the ceiling. When he spoke, something inside my belly told me that this was one of the most important conversations of my life, one that I would want to remember and relive over and over to cherish forever.
I'm not sure exactly when it happened.
He started. His voice had a faraway quality, almost like he was talking to someone else, yet it felt like he was speaking directly to my soul.
It probably wasn't a specific moment, but rather 1,000 little moments that made me fall completely in love with you.
He turned to look directly into my eyes. My heart was hammering in my chest as he continued.
You tease me relentlessly. You make me laugh. You are smart and witty. You are gorgeous.
I broke eye contact with him when he said the last one. He lifted my chin, forcing me to look back into his gorgeous green eyes.
You are absolutely beautiful inside and out.
He reaffirmed.
You are one of the strongest people I have ever met.
I started to shake my head, but he shushed me by continuing.
You've been through more than anyone else I know, and you have beaten it, Court. You have come out on the other side, and it didn't break you. I don't know anyone as resilient as you are.
He was being too kind. I had plenty of flaws. Since he was too nice to discuss them, I decided to point some of them out. I'm also stubborn and damaged and perpetually afraid. I was so scared that I ran away and left you.
Yes, but I found you.
He reminded me.
Please don't ever leave me like that again. I don't know if I could live through it.
He admitted. I shook my head, trying to reassure him that I wouldn't be the one who ran away. I knew that it would be him doing the leaving, once he got tired of accommodating my bedroom phobias. He went on, undaunted by my interruption.
Like I said, I don't know when it happened, but I have fallen completely and madly in love with you. I love everything about you. The way your hair spikes up all over the place in the morning, the joyful abandon of your laugh, the way your eyes light up when you see me, the way you respond to my touch, the giddy and almost impossibly happy way you make me feel, the way your smile makes everyone around you smile, and the way you don't let anyone get away with anything, even me.
He grinned at me. I didn't feel at all worthy of his praise. I wanted to believe his words, but I couldn't open myself up to the heartache that would inevitably lead to. You're being too kind, I informed him. He made sure I was looking into his eyes before he answered.
I mean every word.
He said fervently. No. I responded a little more intensely than I had intended. You can't feel that way about me. I am a fake. I've been pretending like I belong here with all of you. I've been acting as if I am like you, Abby and Sam, but I'm not. I wasn't raised like you were. I'm from different stock, horrible stock. As much as I'd like to change my background so that I can fit in with you and your family, I can't. I'm cut from a different mold. I will never be good enough for you. My outburst left me breathless. I had never admitted my deepest fears to another human being. The transparency into my feelings felt both liberating and heartbreaking, because I knew that it would speed up Seth's realization that I was not the right woman for him. Seth's eyes were opened wide in surprise at my revelations. I wondered if he was truly seeing me for what I really was for the first time, damaged trash. How long would it be before he tossed me aside? He tenderly caressed a hand along my cheek, and it was all I could do to refrain from tilting into it. I had to attempt to keep a modicum of emotional distance from him, to protect myself from the inevitable end of our relationship. Although my feeble attempts to shield my heart at this point were probably moot. I had already completely fallen for Seth, despite my best efforts to the contrary.
Baby, I hope that I haven't said or done anything to make you feel like you aren't good enough.
He looked so sincere that I had to avert my eyes. He hadn't, of course. It was something deep inside me that alerted me to the differences in us and found me to be lacking. In an attempt to show outside validation of my deficiencies, I said, "Your mother sees it. Heck, even Sam and Abby's baby knows that I am inferior." I tried to chuckle, but it came out more as a sad bark of a laugh.
My mother wouldn't think anyone was good enough for me. All mothers feel that way about their children. Do you think she likes Joe or Abby?
His question made me smile, because it was fairly obvious that Janice didn't approve of her other children's mates either. Having tamped down that objection, he moved to the other one.
As for Anna, she's just a baby, Court. It's probably just a fluke that she cries when you take her.
Every time I hold her, I interjected.
It could be anything.
He continued as if I hadn't interrupted.
Maybe your hands are cold, or she senses that you are nervous about her reaction, or maybe it's just random times when she would have cried anyway. In any case, it's not personal.
He dismissed my concerns. I had tried to tell myself that very same thing numerous times, but her consistent response of bursting into tears the second I held her had given me quite an inferiority complex. Maybe she has some kind of baby radar that informs her that I am different and unworthy of her love. This irrational, but very real fear haunted me every time I was in her vicinity. Some sadistic side of me wanted to prove to Seth that I didn't deserve his praise or his love. In a rip-the-bandage-off quick approach, that sick and twisted part of me decided to prove to him that we couldn't last. "You'll get tired of me in bed anyway."
I'll get tired of you in bed?
His voice sounded incredulous, as if I had just made the most preposterous statement he had ever heard.
Our redacted is incredible.
He reassured me.
And we've only just begun.
He waggled his eyebrows suggestively. I chuckled at him, unable to deny that our bodies redacted in delightful ways. It was almost like we were jigsaw puzzle pieces that had been designed to fit snugly and deliciously along each other's grooves. We hadn't yet directly addressed my true concern, and I wanted to get it out in the open before Seth said what I thought he was gearing up to say. "We do have some amazing redacted," I confirmed, before adding, "My concern is that one day down the road you will miss being able to redacted. It will eventually start to bother you enough that it will turn into a deal breaker." "It always does," I revealed sadly.
I've been thinking about that too.
He told me, and my heart sank. I had made him see too much reason. I was already losing him. When he moved over to the side of the bed, I thought he was getting up to distance himself from me. I almost had a panic attack. I wanted to scream at him not to leave yet, that we could enjoy each other's company for a while longer. Even though I knew it would be safer to end things now, I wanted to clutch onto any more time I could squeeze out of my relationship with Seth before he slipped out of my grasp. I had known that he would eventually leave me over my redacted limitations, but I hadn't anticipated that it would be this soon. I wasn't ready. It took me a bit to realize that he wasn't getting up. He seemed to be retrieving something from under the bed. When he returned to my side, he handed me a book. This was so far from what I had been expecting that I just fluttered my eyelashes in confusion. Seth pointed out the title, and once I calmed enough to actually comprehend what it said, I burst into giggles. The book was titled Beyond Redacted Style. It appeared to be an illustrated guide of all kinds of redacted positions to try, other than redacted. I was impossibly touched. The fact that he had thought about this enough to buy a book for ideas to accommodate my needs was indisputable proof that he loved me. He was giving me an anxious look, obviously trying to read my reaction to the book, beyond the initial laughter. "It's perfect," I told him, and I meant it. Obviously relieved at my approval, he started thumbing through the pages.
I took the liberty of dog-earing some of the ones that looked like the most fun to try,
he informed me. Almost blushing at one of the positions that had the corner folded, I took the book and rotated it around. "Is that her leg or his?" I asked, trying to make sense of the tangled limbs in the photo.
I'm not sure,
he admitted, and we both chuckled.
That one might be a little more advanced, but we have plenty of time to practice and work our way up to it.
He turned to face me, setting the book aside. I don't know if I'll ever be that flexible, I admitted, but we can have fun experimenting. I reaffirmed my words by rubbing a hand lightly down Seth's back and over his redacted. The goosebumps that arose from my touch told me that he liked my caress.
We can spend the rest of our lives experimenting, if you'll have me.
Seth presented me with the other item that he had evidently retrieved from under the bed. When he flipped the lid of the tiny burgundy velvet box open, I gasped audibly. Being a girly girl, there was no denying that the ring was magnificent. The princess-cut diamond sparkled like a disco ball. While the platinum ring was breathtaking, the man holding it was beyond. Did he actually look nervous? His Adam's apple bobbed when he swallowed loudly before speaking.
Courtney, you are the woman of my dreams. If you will have me, I will spend the rest of my life making sure that you are safe, happy, and loved. Will you make me the luckiest man alive by agreeing to become my wife?
His proposal astounded me with its perfect simplicity. It was more than I would have ever dared to hope for. Feeling overwhelmed with shock and happiness, I nodded my answer with tears streaming trails in tiny rivulets down my cheeks as he slid the impressive ring onto my finger. We hugged each other tightly. My mind was whirling with joy. Seth had proven his willingness to accept me as I was by giving me that book. He wasn't planning to try to change me or talk me into something I wasn't comfortable with. He loved me as I was and didn't expect anything from me that I couldn't give. It was the first time I had realized that it might be possible for someone to love me enough to stay with me, flaws and all, forever. It was a heady feeling to know that he felt so strongly for me. It wasn't logical. It wasn't even quite believable, yet it was true. Seth loved me. Me? We stayed on our sides in our redacted celebrating our newly decided engagement for a long moment. The hug lasted long enough that I was beginning to feel the stirrings of another of Seth's redacted. Unable to ignore the proverbial elephant in the room any longer, I pulled back to look down at him. I think redacted wants to celebrate. He chuckled at the aptly named moniker I had chosen for his redacted.
Indeed,
he confirmed before adding,
he was thinking that page 34 would be a good way to commemorate our decision to get married.
I lifted the book and quickly turned to his chosen page. Grinning at him like the Cheshire Cat, I confirmed my agreement with his suggestion. Perfect, I purred before taking his lips with mine and rolling redacted in one smooth move. I had wanted to tell Abby about our engagement before anyone else found out, but Sam had said she was sleeping when I called. He had offered to wake her, but I knew sleep was a precious commodity for a new mom, so I declined. Having turned the ring around backwards and placed it on my right hand, I hoped no one would notice before I had a chance to tell her. We were at Sunday brunch, and Seth was itching to share the news with his family, but I had made him promise to wait for a general announcement until we had told Abby and Sam. The two of them had arrived late, and then had to deal with the logistics of transferring their baby and all of her accoutrements to the nanny that Janice had hired with the sole purpose of being in charge of the children during mealtimes. Once Anna was whisked away to join Katie and Jonah, we were seated at the grand mahogany table in the formal dining room. I had been hoping we would be outside this week. The formality of the overly fancy and stuffy dining room set me on edge. I was seated directly across from Abby, but it seemed tacky to wave at her across the table and point to my ring. Seth looked like he was about ready to burst with excitement, which made me feel giddy, like I was glowing from the inside. The idea that this gorgeous, amazing man was looking forward to telling his family that we had decided to spend the rest of our lives together was mind-blowing. He had scooted his chair closer to mine, and I was pleased on two levels when he reached over to take my hand in his under the table. First, it was wonderful to feel his touch. His steady warmth reassured me. The other reason it made me so happy was that I had finally found a physical flaw in him. Even though it was super minor, I was still thrilled to find out he wasn't actually perfect. His palm was sweaty. Despite the fact that he appeared to be completely calm and unflappable, his warm, wet hand betrayed his nerves. It was a relief to see a tiny chink in his otherwise perfect armor. I didn't think I could handle being married to someone in whom I couldn't find any shortcomings. Heaven knows I have more than my fair share of them. It was silly to be happy about his damp palms, but I was. At least now I knew that it wasn't just a case of love being blind that kept me from seeing any issues with Seth. I was capable of seeing his imperfections. He just truly didn't have very many. We all looked up in surprise at the loud gonging of the doorbell. The only person who was conspicuously absent from the table was Sutton Davis, but Janice had made it perfectly clear that he wasn't welcome and that it wasn't open for discussion with her children or their significant others. Surely he wouldn't show up uninvited. Would he? Even if he did, I couldn't imagine him ringing the doorbell at his own home. The tight, seriously perturbed look on Janice's face made me think that it might actually be her estranged husband, until she spoke.
I was hoping to inform you of this earlier.
Her eyes traveled to each of her children. Suddenly, the idea that she might have invited another man to brunch struck me. I couldn't imagine the hubbub that would cause. She shot that thought down when she continued.
Since some of you were late.
She enunciated the last word and narrowed her gaze at Sam and Abby, making Abby squirm uncomfortably in her seat.
We don't get the luxury of discussing this in advance.
The butler scurried past to get the door answered before the person on the other side felt the need to ring the bell again. Taking a deep breath, like she might be somewhat nervous, Janice made an announcement.
Emily Markham will be joining us for today's meal.
Jessie audibly sucked in air at her mother's matter-of-fact announcement. She was obviously thinking the same thing that I was. Had Janice invited her husband's pregnant lover to Sunday brunch? I wasn't certain of crash through the yard and almost into the pool Emily's last name. Confirming our suspicions, Janice continued.
I expect you all to be civil with her. She is carrying your father's child. Your father doesn't deny it. The child will be your half-sibling, so the sooner we all come around to accepting that, the better.
Abby and I gawked at each other with mirroring mouth-hanging open expressions. Of all the things that could have happened today, having Janice invite Emily to her family brunch was probably further down the list of what we would have thought possible than having dancing monkeys in tiny tuxedos deliver our food. It was that outlandish. Sam was the first to regain his senses enough to speak.
Mother, have you lost your mind? This woman slept with your husband, and you are inviting her into your home.
He sounded incredulous. Not intimidated by his tone, Janice responded.
Exactly. She slept with my husband. He is the one who made marriage vows to me, promising to forsake all others. He is the one who cheated on me. He is the one who ruined our marriage.
But he couldn't have cheated without her.
Sam tried but was shut down quickly by his mother's scoff.
Right. Wealthy, handsome, successful, powerful Sutton Davis wouldn't have been able to find anyone to have an affair with if Emily hadn't succumbed to his charms.
Her voice practically dripped with sarcasm. Jessie decided to jump in. Daddy might have been able to find someone else, but she is the one he cheated with. She knew he was married, and that didn't stop her from jumping willingly into his bed.
And she has apologized for that,
Janice said matter-of-factly.
She isn't the one who promised to love, honor, and cherish me. I really can't blame her for falling for Sutton. I did as well.
Yes, but he wasn't married when you fell for him.
Seth spoke for the first time. His rational words caused Janice to pause to consider one of her children's arguments. Finally, she answered sadly,
No, he wasn't.
She seemed lost in thought for a moment. Then we all heard the unmistakable clacking of heels approaching on the marble floor.
She is the mother of your father's unborn child, and you will all treat her with respect,
she confirmed with finality just before Emily entered the room. I was astounded at her ability to be gracious. In the same situation, I'm certain I would want to scratch the other woman's eyes out. Logically, I knew that it made sense to be angry with the man who had cheated, and I'm sure I would be. Emotionally, it would be beyond difficult to welcome your husband's pregnant lover into your home. Perhaps she had taken out all of her rage on Sutton. Seth had shared with me that his parents had staged one heck of a fight that ended with Janice throwing an expensive crystal vase at her husband's head, narrowly missing it. Abby had also told me that Sam had said Sutton had been sleeping at the office. Sam had overheard his father apologizing to his mother, but she was having no part of it. She was clearly not ready to forgive his transgressions as easily as she was the other woman's. Speaking of that woman, she tentatively entered the room. I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. She looked like she was afraid one of us might jump up and rip her head off at any moment. Looking at the 3 Davis siblings, I didn't blame her for being scared. They didn't look at all pleased, but I also knew that none of them would dare go against their mother's wishes by being disrespectful to her invited guest.
"Hello, everyone,"
she said meekly, before taking the empty seat next to Abby. An awkward silence followed, during which we each looked from one person to the other. Everyone was clearly uncertain of what could be said. Finally, Emily cleared her throat.
"I must apologize for my inappropriate behavior the last time we were all together."
I almost snorted with laughter at her word choice. Inappropriate behavior would have been burping at the table, or if I had actually snorted with laughter. Busting through the fence to crash the party, falling into the pool and announcing that she is pregnant by the hostess' husband, leaves inappropriate behavior in the dust and jumps right into the whacked-out hot mess of a disaster category. Inappropriate behavior just might be the understatement of the year. Janice said what we were likely all thinking.
It was one heck of an entrance.
Even though it wasn't that funny, everyone at the table erupted into laughter. We were evidently so tense from the uncomfortable situation in the room that we were desperate for any kind of comedic relief. Once the laughter settled, Janice signaled to the waitstaff. They quickly and efficiently delivered our exquisite plates. The asparagus and ham frittata and blueberry scones looked like artwork, almost too good to eat.
"Shall we?"
she asked, and we all dug in. Once the food was gone, I excused myself from the table, unable to stand the awkward, almost resentful silence any longer. Abby gave me a miserable look as I passed by, as if she wanted me to save her too, but I didn't see a way to make that happen. Going to the bathroom in pairs wouldn't exactly be appropriate. I'm sure she wished that she had thought of the excuse and bailed before I did. Leaving her to fend for herself, I made my escape. Rather than go to the bathroom that was just down the hall, I opted to head to one upstairs in order to drag out my absence as long as possible. It wasn't that I hated Emily, like the 3 Davis siblings all seemed to. Even though they made a feeble attempt to hide their disdain to comply with their mother's request for kindness, their contempt sizzled with heat just under the surface. In fact, I almost felt sorry for her. Sutton had apparently shoved her aside and was attempting to woo his wife back. That had to sting. My pity faltered, though, when I remembered that she had known that Sutton was married when she had started having an extramarital affair with him. I'm a firm believer that what goes around comes around. While Janice is right and Sutton was the one who had made vows to her, Emily had known that he was married and should not have slept with him. She hadn't made any promises to Janice, but as a fellow woman and human being, she shouldn't have sampled what she knew belonged to another. On my trek to the bathroom, I heard Anna wailing. I peeked into the playroom, where the nanny was frantically walking back and forth attempting to calm her. Katie was playing with a dollhouse in the corner and attempting to offer helpful hints.
"Try patting her rear end,"
she suggested.
"Can't you see I'm already doing that?"
The frazzled woman snapped much more harshly at the little girl than I felt she should have. "Everything okay in here?" I tried to keep the judgment out of my voice. After all, I clearly wasn't a whiz with children. The woman looked up, obviously startled by my entrance. The relief on her face was evident when she realized who I was. If I had been Janice, she likely would have lost her job on the spot.
"Please, ma'am,"
she begged of me.
"My head is pounding with a migraine. Would you be able to stay with the children for a few minutes while I find a dark place to rest?"
"Oh, I don't think." I turned my head back toward the door, wanting to go get Abby, but the woman was already handing me the screeching baby. I knew that Janice wouldn't like this turn of events, and I didn't want to make Anna's dislike of me even more obvious, but the nanny wasn't leaving me any other options.
"Thank you,"
she whispered before bustling quickly away. Feeling trapped, but uncertain of what else I could do, I carried Anna to the oak glider. She continued wailing, her face red with fury, but I began rocking her and patting her back gently. By some sweet miracle, she began to calm slightly. Maybe she didn't realize it was me who held her. Or that Nanny had honked her off so much that anyone would be a better alternative. Joe's son Jonah brought a soft pink blankie over and gently placed it over the baby in my arms in an uber-sweet gesture. Anna snuffled a little, but eventually rested her head on my shoulder in exhaustion. Katie and Jonah decided to start a rowdy game of Hungry Hungry Hippos, but when I asked them to hold down the noise, they quickly complied. I continued rocking and patting Anna until she fell asleep. It was absolutely glorious to hold her tiny body and feel the warmth emanating from her. I had just leaned down to sniff the uniquely baby smell on the top of her head when a noise caught my attention. Seth was leaning against the door jamb, gazing at me like I was a double chocolate cupcake with peanut butter icing.
Well, look who is holding down the fort with all of the kids. It looks like you and Anna have become good friends.
I think I was just the lesser of two evils, I informed him. She and the nanny weren't exactly hitting it off. He responded non-committally, before adding,
She sure seems cozy there with you. It looks like your belief that she didn't like you was completely unfounded.
I tilted my head toward him. This is probably just a fluke. She's been incredibly consistent in the past with expressing her distaste for me.
Just your imagination.
He waved off my fears.
You seem like a natural with kids. Perhaps someday we can revisit the idea of having 1 or 2 or 12 of our own.
He was trying to sound nonchalant, but I could tell this was important to him. I've never thought of myself as mom material, I reminded him. I didn't have a great role model, and I've never had a knack with kids the way I do with animals.
Could have fooled me.
He nodded his head to indicate the sleeping baby in my arms, before looking at the two children quietly playing a game on the floor.
Looks to me like you'd make a great mom.
I didn't answer him. I had never felt worthy of mothering a child. For years, I had believed myself to be a murderer. I now knew that wasn't the case, but I still didn't feel prepared to be responsible for a child. I didn't have the background, knowledge, bloodlines, or aptitude to raise a child of my own. The fact that Anna and other children seemed to have a natural aversion to me served to confirm my feelings of inadequacy in this regard. Having Anna seem to waver in her dislike of me was making me feel a little topsy-turvy about the whole situation. I had never before allowed myself to truly consider the possibility of having a baby. For the first time in my entire life, the idea didn't make me feel like I had a small elephant sitting on my chest causing an impending panic attack. Opening the proverbial door a tiny crack, I took a moment to envision myself holding a child of my own. My heart raced at the thought, but not with the normal frightened, undeserving feeling the idea usually caused. This time, it thumped excitedly with anticipation and potential. Peeking up at Seth, I grinned. Maybe, I responded quietly, which was the closest I had ever ventured toward opening myself up to the idea of becoming a parent. His green eyes sparkled as he beamed back at me. I could tell from his gleeful face that he, like young children often do, had taken my maybe to mean yes. Since the idea no longer seemed to scare me to death, I didn't set him straight. Seth joined the hippopotamus game on the floor, and it wasn't long before the nanny returned from the adjoining bedroom. She was beyond grateful for my help, and seemed concerned about losing her job. I would have been too, if I were in her shoes. Janice would not take kindly to finding out that one of her employees had disappeared during a shift, especially not her grandchildren's nanny. I reassured the woman that her secret was safe with me, and that I had actually ended up enjoying my time with the children. When she looked warily at Seth, he confirmed that he wouldn't tattle to his mother either.
It's our little secret.
He punctuated his sweet statement by looking up at her with a wink and one of his killer grins. The woman actually tittered in response to his attention. I would have rolled my eyes, but I couldn't blame her. The man is charm personified. I carefully passed the sleeping baby off to the appreciative woman before Seth and I slipped back downstairs. Rejoining the others in the dining room, we found them arising from their chairs, likely preparing to leave. Not wanting to completely miss the opportunity while everyone was together, Seth cleared his throat loudly. Realizing what was about to happen, I quickly switched my engagement ring to my left hand and flashed it at Abby. I hadn't been able to give her much advance notice, but at least she had been the first to find out. The radiant look of excitement on her face told me she was beyond thrilled. I loved the way Seth announced our news to his family.
Courtney has agreed to make me the happiest man alive by becoming my wife.
Everyone looked truly pleased, with the exception of Janice, which I had been expecting, and Emily, who was wearing a mixed look on her face of neutrality and jealousy. I couldn't blame either woman for her unenthusiastic response. I'm sure I wasn't the woman Janice had dreamed of her son spending the rest of his life with, but thankfully it wasn't her decision. As for Emily, I doubt if she cared overly much, except for the fact that she likely wished Seth's father was half the man his son was. Jessie was the first to give me a congratulatory hug and officially welcome me to the family. "It's sure to be a wild ride," she promised. I had no doubt of that, considering recent events. Warmth bubbled up inside me at her easy acceptance. I had been worried about her reaction, especially considering my previous brief romance with her fiancé, also known as my boss, Joe. After Emily quietly excused herself and politely slipped out, Seth and I were passed around the room for words of congratulations and hugs. Even Janice managed to give me a stiff embrace and brittle nod as she blinked back tears. It was more than I would have dared to hope for. Overall, it was one of the most exciting and comforting days of my life. I had never even imagined how glorious it would be to be part of such a loving and wonderful family. Sure, the Davises had issues, but what family didn't? It's not like I had any room to talk. Speaking of my family, as soon as we got in the Jeep to head home, Seth suggested that we call my sister to let her know about our engagement.
You should probably call your mother too,
he suggested tentatively. I nodded in acknowledgement of his words, but I didn't feel ready to talk to her yet. Opting instead to call Macy, I held my phone away from my ear as she squealed loudly with excitement over our news. Once her enthusiasm died down a bit, she made the same comment that Seth had about telling my mother. I nodded again, even though she couldn't see it through the phone, but didn't make her any promises. Our girls' night dinner that evening turned into a bona fide celebration. All three of the Davis siblings and their significant others were present. Janice had graciously agreed to let their children stay with the nanny through the evening, so we could relax and enjoy some actual grown-up conversation. We were a little loud and boisterous in our merriment, but since Sam and Joe owned the restaurant and I managed it, it wasn't like we would get kicked out. Jessie revealed her gratitude to Seth and me for taking the heat off her. Apparently, while we were upstairs, she had let her mother know in no uncertain terms that her wedding would be a small and intimate affair. This news had not pleased Janice in the slightest. Your announcement distracted her enough that she forgot to continue yelling at me about a proper showing and what people expect of our family in these matters, Jessie thanked us. As if a light bulb suddenly went off in her head, she snapped her fingers. "Hey, you guys can have the big fancy schmancy wedding and completely take the pressure off of me and Joe."
Oh no,
Seth countered.
that is not in the cards. Is it, sweetheart?
He asked me sweetly, giving me a peck on the cheek. "Nope, I think Jessie needs the big wedding. We might be better off eloping." I voiced the idea that had been floating around my head. Seth lit up at the idea.
Yeah, or a destination wedding. We can go to Fiji or someplace so far away that only the people who truly love us are willing to travel there for the wedding.
I nodded my agreement with his suggestion and added one of my own. Or Bora Bora, to stay in one of those bungalow huts out over the ocean. "Oh, I want to do that too," Jessie jumped in.
Hey, this is our wedding plan. You're stuck dealing with Mom and being the perfect daughter bride for her.
Seth told her matter-of-factly. "We could do a double wedding," Jessie tried.
Let me think about it, no.
Seth said without thinking about it at all. Jessie tried to look perturbed, but I could tell that she was just giving her brother a hard time. Adding to the crazy wedding ideas, I said, "We could dress Buddy and Buster in little tuxedos and put Tabby in a cute gown to include them in the wedding."
If that cat is in the wedding, I'm not coming.
Sam grumbled. I was taken aback by his vehemence. Sam and Tab didn't exactly get along while we were gone. Abby informed us. I appreciated her not saying, "while we chased after you when you ran away."
That cat is the meanest, crankiest animal I have ever encountered,
he said gruffly.
She scratched me when I was just trying to pet her.
He held up his arm as evidence. Seth squinted his eyes, trying to peer at the tiny injury Tab had caused.
Ah, you poor thing,
he said sarcastically, before adding,
Should we take you to the emergency room?
He stuck his lip out in a mock pout for added emphasis. Sam shoved his snarky brother.
It's healed now, you twit. Of course you would take her side.
He indicated me, and I raised my hands in innocence.
That cat is the devil incarnate,
he added for extra emphasis, looking to the others for backup but not finding any. Abby finally jumped in to rescue him, unable to watch him flail alone. She has never liked me either, babe. Seth shrugged his shoulders.
She likes me well enough. I've never had any problems with her. Well, she certainly doesn't have any problems telling us apart then, unlike so many of our grade school teachers.
Sam joked.
We did have some fun at their expense.
Seth smiled at the memories. The twins spent the rest of the evening keeping us all in stitches over the switching pranks they used to pull on people, including unsuspecting girls. I shifted slightly in my seat, remembering how Abby had mistaken Sam for Seth in a restroom one night and started us all on this wild ride. When Seth delivered me to my house that night, I didn't invite him in. Looking at my folded hands, I told him, I think it's time for me to call my mother. Nodding, he confirmed,
It's time,
before giving me a sweet goodnight kiss. I wanted more and was tempted to invite him in after all, but decided to stick to my guns and face the last of my demons, my mother. Despite my resolve to stay strong, I burst into tears when I heard her voice on the other end of the phone. It was so familiar, yet so distant. I wanted to remain angry with her. I wanted to yell at her for allowing those despicable things to happen to me. I wanted to ask her why she didn't protect me. I wanted to hurt her the way she had allowed me to be hurt. Instead, I sobbed.
I'm so sorry, baby.
She told me through tears of her own, and I let her apology wash over me. It didn't change anything that had happened. It didn't help me forget. It didn't absolve her responsibility in the slightest. It did, however, apply enough of a soothing balm that for the first time, I felt like I might eventually be able to move on. I was still a long way from forgiveness, but I refused to let the anger and bitterness control me any longer. What she had done was wrong. No, it was beyond wrong. The way she had allowed me to be treated was an atrocious travesty. Keeping the hurt and rage from her inaction inside me would only serve to harm me in the long run, though. I needed to let go of the ball of fury that had been churning inside my belly for far too many years. Visualizing letting it go like a balloon, I immediately felt calmer. Even though I would never forget what had happened, I forced myself not to hold on to the bitterness. The resulting feeling was very freeing. It felt like the weight of the world had been lifted from my shoulders. I doubted if I would ever be able to have any sort of real relationship with my mother, but at least the ever-present bubbling hatred of her had dissipated. After a long silence, I told her, I'm getting married to Seth. The words came out on a hiccup sob, but evidently she understood them because she responded,
That's wonderful. You deserve to be happy.
For the first time that I can remember, I allowed myself to believe that. The Davises had a family meeting, and I was invited. Even though the topic wasn't a happy one, it felt marvelous to belong to something so much bigger than myself. I had been a loner for a long time, other than my pets and Abby. This family was complicated and they bickered, and they loved each other unconditionally. It felt beyond amazing to be a part of that. Janice and Sutton stood up in front of their children and their children's partners and announced that they would be getting a divorce. We were all stunned. I had assumed that they would be able to work things out. It's probably an inaccurate stereotype, but I had assumed that women from Janice's generation were of the stand-by-your-man mentality. Even though he had cheated and that was despicable and wrong, I had assumed that they would find a way to work through it and save their marriage. The baby that Emily was carrying certainly complicated matters, but the way that Janice had accepted her into the family fold led me to believe that she would be able to forgive Sutton's transgressions. It was obvious by Sutton's stoic demeanor that he was not in favor of the divorce. Janice is the one who made the announcement and answered the inevitable follow-up questions from her kids.
Is this because of Emily?
Sam spat.
Your father and I weren't overly happy together long before his affair began. If we had been happily married, cheating would not have been an issue,
Janice told him calmly. Will you both be at the wedding? Jessie was clearly concerned about potential awkwardness at her upcoming nuptials.
Your father and I will both be in attendance at all major family functions, and we have both agreed to be civil with each other. These are family matters, and we will not air our dirty laundry in front of the whole world,
Janice confirmed before adding,
We may eventually bring dates with us to certain events, but out of respect for each other and our marriage, we will wait at least a year before doing that.
It was all said so matter-of-factly, like we were discussing what to have for dinner. The lack of visible emotion from either of them when discussing the dissolution of their 3-decade marriage seemed to validate the point that they shouldn't continue as husband and wife.
Before one of you asks,
Janice continued,
Emily and the child will be welcome at all family functions. However, I don't believe that she and your father are planning on continuing their relationship.
She looked to him for confirmation, which he provided simply with a shake of his head. Going on, Janice said,
We haven't yet determined what the official story will be regarding the child. The simplest answer might turn out to be the truth.
She added this last part as if it were preposterous that the truth might be best.
Once we have an official party line, we will advise you of talking points that can be shared with people outside of this room.
It felt like we were listening to an attorney talk about a corporate merger, or rather, a dissolution of 2 companies. I looked to Seth to gauge his reaction to all of this news, and found him looking rather distraught. I hoped this didn't affect his views on marriage. When people find out that their parents are no longer in love, it can sometimes rock them to the core, changing their perception of the future and how life should be. That's what daytime television doctors say anyway. He was the only sibling who hadn't yet spoken. When he did, his words were calm, profoundly simple, and utterly Seth.
We haven't had one in a while, and we've added several new people. I think it's time for a family hug,
he told us. Not having any idea what that entailed, I just stood there waiting to see what would happen. Suddenly, I was engulfed in a boisterous, loving and wonderful group hug with the entire Davis clan. Even Sutton participated. After a few serious moments, Sam hip-jutted Seth, which set off a chain reaction of us knocking into one another.
Boys.
Sutton's thunderous voice warned them, but their antics proved to be just the prescription the family needed because several of us burst into giggles. With impeccable timing, we heard the nanny chasing after the children. Katie and Jonah popped up into the middle of the large circle we had formed.
What you doing?
Jonah asked innocently, sounding bewildered by the entire event.
A family hug, silly.
Katie informed him.
You're in the family now too, and kids get to participate too.
I couldn't help chuckling at her pronunciation of the word, participate. It had to be about the cutest thing I had ever heard. Jonah pushed his glasses up, smiling, and clearly thrilled at being included in the family hug.
Cool,
he exclaimed. Then his eyes widened as an idea occurred to him.
Maybe a new tradition should be to go get ice cream cones after family hugs.
We all chuckled at his exuberance, then Jessie agreed with him. I think that would be a fine addition to family hug time. Her approval made the boy beam at her praise. By the end of the evening, everyone was laughing and talking as if nothing were wrong. A casual observer would never have guessed the earth-shattering announcement that had just hit this family's world. Sutton and Janice even sat near one another and managed not to snipe in each other's direction overly much, which was a first. Perhaps Jonah was wise beyond his years because, as it turned out, ice cream was the ultimate fixer-upper. The days and weeks started going by in a flurry. Janice was able to talk Jessie into having a real reception, as she called it, but Jessie held firm on the small wedding. Seth and I had decided to let Jessie and Joe, and their kids, have the entire spotlight during this special time in their lives. We would start planning our destination wedding once the festivities and aftermath from Jessie's big day wore down. I was impossibly happy, happier than I could have ever imagined. Seth and I had finally settled on the plans for our dream home with enormous closets, after lots of bickering and rowdy making up over which way doors should swing, where walls should be, and the size of the windows. Seth almost always let me have my way, but he seemed to enjoy the cycle of arguing about little things, then having big-time makeup redacted. I had to admit, it was rather fun. He had started construction on the frame of our home, and for the first time, I could visualize myself growing old there and having a fantastic future to look forward to. It was as if everything had started falling into place, in ways that were far better than I could have ever imagined were possible. I felt so grateful for the way things had worked out for me. As a child, I never would have even dreamed that I could ever find such happiness, especially after the darkness that I had lived through at such a young age. The turnaround that my life had made was nothing short of a miracle. Having made chicken salad sandwiches in the tiny kitchen of Seth's Airstream, I carried them on a tray out to the picnic table. Buddy sniffed the air, while I watched Seth's flannel shirt stretch tight over his shoulders as he hammered in a nail on our soon-to-be home. He really was impossibly handsome, I decided as I gazed at him. The fact that he was sweet, kind, and funny on top of that made him almost too good to be true. It's a good thing he has such a dorky sense of humor, I said aloud to no one in particular, or I doubt if he were real. Well, that in his sweaty palms, I chuckled. Deciding I had better stop talking to myself, I turned to Buddy. Go get Daddy, I told the dog. As if understanding me perfectly, the golden retriever meandered over to the framed-up building and gave Seth one firm woof. It worked to get his attention. Seth looked at me. When I pointed to the plates, he hopped down and quickly made his way over to me, the dog trailing on his heels.
Looks good.
He complimented the sandwiches, chips, and grapes that I had thrown together for our lunch. We ate in companionable silence, but I was about ready to burst with excitement. Unable to contain it any longer, I said to him, I went to the doctor this morning.
Yep.
He responded, because he had known about the appointment.
Just a checkup, right?
Suddenly, a worried look came over his face as he peered at me.
Everything's okay?
Yes, I confirmed, not wanting him to be concerned about my health. Deciding to try a different tact, I said dreamily, It's so wonderful up here with the view of the lake. Our house is going to be beautiful, and we are going to build a terrific life together.
He
said, having gone back to his sandwich and obviously barely paying attention to what I was saying. It's almost perfect, I added. He stopped chewing. I had his full attention now.
Almost?
He asked, concern edging his voice. Well, it's missing one thing. I let the sentence dangle, assuming that he would quickly figure it out. He looked around, as if the answer could be found in the house we had been bickering over. Taking a cue from his train of thought, I added, We have a really big yard.
Yeah, the dogs will love it.
For someone who was so smart, he could sometimes be so dense. I was thinking a place that would look good, right over there. I pointed to an area behind the framed-up house.
Play set?
He asked, finally catching my drift. I nodded, smiling. The doctor confirmed today that we will need to start thinking about that kind of thing in a few months.
What?
The look of pure joy that arose on his face made me tear up a little.
But we were using protection.
I could almost see the wheels turning as he processed what I had told him. Protection isn't perfect, I reminded him before adding, in fact, it's not even close to being perfect. I gave him an ornery smile.
What do you mean?
He tilted his head, unsure where I was heading with this. Well, I started. The doctor told me today that he could hear 2 heartbeats.
2 heartbeats?
I could see on his face the moment realization struck.
Twins?
He asked me excitedly. The tears of joy started spilling over my lower lids as I nodded in confirmation to his question. He picked me up and twirled me around, hugging me tightly. He carefully set me down, before yelling so loudly that people across the lake could probably hear his whoop of pure happiness. Epilogue. Jesse and Joe's wedding reception was held at the museum where the Davis family's annual Free the World of Cancer Gala occurred each year. While Janice always transformed the ballroom into something fabulous for the gala, she had outdone herself for her daughter's reception. The room glowed with what seemed like 1,000,000 glittering twinkle lights. The floating candles at each table illuminated the gorgeous fresh-cut flower centerpieces. The room smelled like a tantalizing mixture of just-baked cinnamon rolls and a delightful floral scent that somehow didn't conflict with each other. Jessie made a simply gorgeous bride. Her long dark hair and enormous green eyes made the silky pink dress she had chosen for the occasion pop. I had never seen anyone look as exuberant as she did, with the exception of Joe. He was positively beaming from ear to ear, as if he couldn't believe his good fortune. The entire affair looked like a dream come true. More than ever, I couldn't wait to go to a pristine beach somewhere to promise to live the rest of my days with Seth. The only potential problem with my plan was footwear. I do love shoes, and a wedding in the sand is not exactly conducive to killer heels. Smiling to myself, I decided that if that is the biggest problem I encounter, then I'm in good shape. I was standing at the bar, waiting to order another bottle of water. For some reason, this pregnancy seemed to be making me extremely thirsty, and redacted. Speaking of the latter, I felt Seth come up behind me. He had looked so handsome in his dark tuxedo that I had wanted to rip his clothes off at home before coming to this reception. Somehow I had refrained, but the temptation was too much to resist now. I wanted him to be as redacted for me as I was for him. Slyly, I sidled my back up next to him. With my actions hidden by the bar and our bodies, I reached my hand back to redacted. I rubbed redacted and thrilled at his sudden intake of air over my frisky semi-public naughtiness. I felt him lean down to whisper into my ear, but his words took a second to register.
My wife hates it when other women mess with my redacted.
I froze in horror. Looking up, I spotted Seth across the room and realized my humiliating mistake. I had just groped my soon-to-be brother-in-law and best friend's husband. Streaking from the room in shame, I could hear Sam's amused laughter echoing behind me. Abby was in the middle of a conversation with someone I didn't know. With no concern for being rude, I grabbed her arm and dragged her behind me. "Oh, excuse me. I have to go," I heard her mutter in surprise to the woman she had been chatting with as she struggled to follow me. "Court, what's wrong?" She gave me a concerned look as I shoved her into a restroom. Would she be mad at me for grabbing her husband? She would realize it was an honest mistake, right? The fear over her potential reaction to my flub kept me silent. "What is it?" she asked, clearly starting to get concerned. My mouth felt dry, but I had to tell her. I would rather she hear about it from me than Sam. "Well, you see," I started but didn't know how to finish. "It was a total mistake. I thought he was Seth." Her brow furrowed when I didn't immediately continue. "And?" she prompted. Before I could answer, a knock sounded on the locked restroom door. "Just a minute," she told the intruder.
It's us. Let us in.
Sam demanded. I felt dismayed at this entire turn of events, but I didn't know what to do at this point. I wished that I'd had a chance to explain myself to Abby before Sam came in and blurted out what I did, but it was too late now. Abby was already turning the doorknob to give them entry into the small restroom. The twins entered and Seth closed the door behind him, snicking the lock into place.
Did she already tell you that she grabbed my redacted?
Sam asked his wife, as if this sort of thing happened every day. What? Abby whirled around to face me. I cringed for her reaction, until I caught a look at her. She was on the verge of bursting out with laughter. Are you serious? OMG, I wish I had seen your face when you realized it was Sam, not Seth. She held a hand over her mouth as the impending giggles erupted. It's not funny, I said seriously, shocked by her flippant reaction.
Yeah, it kind of is,
Seth confirmed, making me feel immensely relieved. Finally, the hilarity of the situation struck me, and I allowed myself a chuckle. Soon we were all laughing. Abby and I both had tears streaming down our faces. At some point, we had put our arms around each other in a four-way hug.
Hey.
Sam looked around as if realizing his surroundings for the first time.
Abby, this is our bathroom.
This is where you... I didn't finish the question, because Abby was nodding in confirmation, blushing furiously. It dawned on me how we had come full circle. Abby had attended an event as Seth's date, and had almost mistakenly redacted with Sam, thinking that he was Seth, in this very bathroom. Now we were standing in here because I had just made the same mistake.
Why doesn't anyone ever throw themselves at me thinking that I am you?
Seth asked his brother.
That is perplexing, isn't it?
Sam teased, making Abby smack him lightly with the back of her hand. You are a married man and a father, she reminded him. He beamed back at her, letting her know that he was very much aware of and happy about those facts. Seth turned to Abby.
Look what you started by walking up to me and Buddy at that park on that fateful day.
I'm so glad I did, but you know, I never would have if it weren't for one special person, she told us. Rather than making us ask, she continued. Courtney left a note on my mirror that day, suggesting that I say hi to a cute guy. If she hadn't done that, none of this would have happened. I remembered doing that, now that she had mentioned it. It was almost unbelievable how that one tiny gesture had led to events that changed all of our lives so much for the better. Thank you for leaving me that note, Court. Abby smiled at me, before turning her gaze on Sam.
Yes, thank you, Court.
Sam repeated the sentiment, but he only had eyes for Abby. Seth's voice chimed in as he looked directly at me.
Thank you for leaving that note and making my life complete.
I wouldn't have it any other way, I told them, feeling like I had found the spot where I truly belonged.
Wait,
Sam said, and we all turned to look at him. He wrinkled up his nose in disgust as he asked Abby.
You thought he was cute?
He thumbed his brother. We all laughed at his insinuation that his gorgeous identical twin wasn't attractive, and I realized that at long last I knew what it was like to be truly happy. The next generation of Davis twins is here, and these dashing heroes are just as irresistible and full of surprises as Seth and Sam. Meet Tristan and Tyler Davis in Breaking Challenges.